partially made and completed sentinel robots.
Oh.
Your best estimate is that there's an army of these things.
Oh, so it would be very bad if they all started moving.
Right. I mean, if given just the footprint of what's going of them without bearing in mind the amount of completion there is on them, it's like assembly lines of them that have halted. There's several thousand.
I see.
And in one room in particular, you kind of open the door to it, and you see a much larger figure, all kind of crouched down, and it looks like a black statue of a man, about 20 feet tall, minus about how it's crouched, and it's inert and motionless.
For the course of days, this thing did not move.
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, nothing in those rooms is moving. Even the assembly arms and systems that put pieces of things together.
Okay. So it's all
moving.
Oh, okay.
It's all shut down.
But nothing seems to be damaged, though.
No, nothing's damaged.
No malice effects, no ruptures on the ground, remnants of crystals anywhere.
No, in fact, since returning to the tower, you've seen no evidence of malice. Even the spur of it that was in this chamber on this level near the elevator is, you can't even tell where it was now.
Oh. That clean, huh?
It's all been the floor and everything's been reshaped and refabricated in the whole area.
Damn. Okay.
If you were to risk a ride in the lift down a level or two,
yeah,
you would see that everything down there there's no sign of the malice anymore. It's all completely empty. There were bits of laboratory and stuff like that were encompassed in where the malice had been, and it looks like a lot of them are still under reconstruction.
Oh, okay. Mikhail's really the only one that knows much of anything that happens here. Technically speaking, maybe Cosme knows a thing or two.
Yeah, I was thinking of maybe trying, like, in between helping Mikhail with his shit, to see if maybe I can try to figure out how, like, the nano machines work.
What is the big statue thing?
My bet is it's the Titan. A Titan's body, I should say.
It no move.
You should know what this is. Oh. And I'm looking at the Dark Elf named...
Oh, there it is.
Diala? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this one of their bodies?
This is one of the machines that they used.
Oh. It's empty?
I'm here. I've got to go away for a little bit, though. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Okay.
Sorry. Be right back.
Before you go, did we grab souvenir from tower?
Sure.
Okay.
As long as it's not dangerous. All right. I'll be right back. Bye.
Bye.
You're right. All right.
How do we get all machines to work for us?
The master code, which only Titan would know. And they're not around.
There's Titan body.
What was Sorry, Knock. What was your question to Diala, or somebody asked Diala
I
a
asked.
question?
I just asked Diala if this is one of their bodies, and she answered.
Yeah. Okay.
Do we take it apart or?
Very reason to.
It can be disassembled, but only the Titans could do it.
Oh,
It has to be basically. This is Diala talking. I know because my sister and I, buried the pieces of one. It does come apart, but it kind of comes apart from the inside. They're meant to be totally impervious on the outside. She looks up at it and points to a hole in the center of its chest, like a little bit above where kind of the solar plexus would be on a human. And again, this is very human looking.
big enough for Nock to fit in?
Even the ears are round, not pointed or weird or anything like that. I want to say it's nearly anatomically correct, but it's not. It's just 20 feet tall. But there is there's a hole. Yeah, it's sexless, or at least I should say it doesn't have genitalia, but it is male otherwise. Yeah, there's a hole about the size of maybe a baseball from where you can see it, as you stand kind of beneath it and look straight up. In the center of its chest.
What fit in there? Not knife. Don't tell me knife.
That's where the Titans would be controlling it from.
Titans are small.
Well, as it was explained to me, because I had to help scatter one, it's a large diamond that they make that they can inhabit, and it allows them to interface with the machine.
Oh, that means Diana know where secret places are, yes?
You mean where we buried, my sister and I buried the Titan pieces?
Yes.
Yeah, we know. I know where they are.
Sure, things have changed in 200 years, but perhaps
maybe we go find and then make sure not come back.
What do we gain from getting this stuff, Nock?
What do you mean? Everyone seemed not like Titan. Insurance? Don't come back.
I guess a Titan. I mean, I assume they still have their powers of manipulating and crushing people even without these suits.
Yes. This basically gives them a means of just interacting with the physical world apart from their telekinesis.
More passive interaction.
Yes. It allows them to feel somewhat of the world, as it was explained to me.
Oh.
So even if we were to get rid of the body, they'd still be just as dangerous.
Yes. Well, getting rid of the body does remove a set of tools from them, but they are still deadly without them. Yes. Not that I just know that the telekinesis that I've seen them perform was not a function of these machines. It is an ability that they all have.
Intrinsic.
Oh.
I wish we had. I was gonna wait till everyone's back.
I don't know. We're just killing a little bit of time. Again, if anybody has any questions about this,
And plenty of time to explore.
we have time.
Oh, not collect secrets, yes? Not collect souvenir for secrets? Not owes something for guild, so not pay back in secret.
I thought they owed you.
What?
Oh, that's right.
Answers.
Wasn't there?
It okay. Maybe one day he joined guild too.
No.
Never know.
But you do see, yeah. There's basically lots of these things. Probably only one room of them has a finished robots in it. But it still numbers several hundred.
Knock wood. And this is obvious to Knock that they're in pieces, right?
And most of the rooms, they are in pieces. There you see, rows and rows of arms and legs and heads and other chunks ready to be put together.
How heavy are these?
Fairly heavy. I mean, it doesn't look like any effort was made to try to lighten them. The pieces are large, and essentially solid steel.
Any special pieces? Maybe Knock can carry without getting crushed.
Well, because you have already seen them disassembled from what Mikhail was using the last time you guys were here, you do see some of the laser guns and cabling and power supplies as well. Lightning guns, sorry.
Not keep those. Or how many can Not carry?
One of them weighs about 20 pounds.
Oh, that's easy. It's like big heavy fish. Except
we've
not
already emptied out all the gold and stuff from the bag, right? So, or items for the gold from Ragnar's place. So it's kind of empty now, right?
Yeah.
We should collect, yes?
We'll put a couple of them in there. I don't know. It's like up to 500 pounds. We can maybe grab like 5 of them.
Maybe some arms, some heads, and whatever this is. And that?
I think we just need to... I only think we should maybe grab the lightning things. I don't know if anything else would be of use.
Maybe, Mikhail, one day, maybe, make Titan suit for all of us.
That sounds... crazy?
Of course. But it has to be possible, no?
The bridge when we come to it.
Yeah.
Have to cross it now, start stepping.
Mikhail is already working on a lot of things. Let's not even mention this for a while.
Give him more stuff to work with.
This is
in case
beyond.
You get bored.
This is listen. You're queuing up too many tasks for Mikhail.
It's okay. This is what for.
He's not just a tool.
No, he's smart tool.
You just called him a tool. That's not what they
call him
use.
tool first.
No, the way that you are talking about them insinuates he is a tool.
He's objectifying him.
Yeah, don't
Knock is
objectify
also
him.
a tool.
No, Knock, you're not just a tool.
Yes, invisible, sneaky tool with knife. Yes.
Okay.
But it okay. Knock understand. Mikhail like brother.
That's better, I guess.
Different word for different
Might want
things.
to ask how he treats his brothers.
You're not sure.
Okay. Okay, we're still waiting on Mikhail. Do you guys want to get started waking people up, or you want to wait for him?
Yeah, we'll say that he's finishing up his research. We'll go start the process of waking some people up. Any giants I'd go to first?
Yeah, there is a giant. Just one.
Yeah, go over to them.
Male. It looks like most of the left side of his body has been replaced by metal. And by that I don't mean it's like half Borg. I mean
like
the
shiny metal.
Its body, the metal part of its body perfectly mirrors the flesh part of his body of what it looks like. It's just shiny metal.
Does he look more like Colossus or the T-1000?
More like T-1000 rather than Colossus being all kind of banded.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of it's just same thing as with
Moonstar.
Moonstar. It's
almost looks like a liquid metal.
It bends where it's supposed to bend. It's solid where it's supposed to be solid. It's having touched her metallified flesh, it's worn but hard. Even when she, when she bends her knee and stuff like that, it just seamlessly bends like a human leg does. But at no point does it lose its hardness.
Well, I'll start the.
It's very strange. It's like animated metal.
How there were 14 people, right?
14?
40? I don't know.
1,000?
It was under 100.
Yeah, no, there's 24 people.
24.
Well,
22.
22 left now.
Gotcha. I'll wake up the giant.
Okay, he looks like a young male giant, probably in his 20s in human appearance.
Mm.
And again, about half of his body, the left half of his body is metallified, except
his head, or?
Except for his head and face.
Okay.
It's not
like shoulder blade down.
Yeah. And you begin the wake up process on him.
All right.
Does Master System know what these people are?
I can tell you that's a giant.
Yes. I mean, what history?
What?
We didn't know much about Moonstar when we asked. All we got was that she was of the same race as Ekozmi. That's all that the information.
Yeah,
carried.
and they pretty much have code names where they have names. Most of them are just blocks of numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Kind of like a prisoner would be named.
It's possible this giant here grew up just like Moonstar in the facility from birth.
Oh.
Wait till he wakes up, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, he eventually arouses himself. Kind of very slowly at first. His eyes kind of pop open, and then he kind of gets quickly to his feet, holding onto the wall.
Ooh, careful! Don't get up too quickly.
Who are you?
I am Freya Stormborn.
Is it just you in the room with him?
Maybe Nock is outside or invisible, probably.
Okay. And the dark elf is not visible. She's around, but she's out of line of sight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Did you ask a question?
I said my name, Freya Stormborn. He asked who I was.
Ah.
You've been asleep for some time, I'm sure.
Yes.
What do you remember?
I was captured.
Hmm.
There was a big raid on the city, and he names a city that has since been razed completely. It was a city of giants in the mountains of Pelagia.
Hmm. But city's no more, unfortunately. The amount of time since that happened, about 200 or so years. Wait, no. Do I know how long ago that was?
It was probably several hundred years before the Titans went bye-bye.
Okay, so close to 500 or so years.
It was one of the last kind of rebel holdouts
Hmm.
that kind of had escaped notice for a long time. He kind of hangs his head. And then when he hangs his head, he kind of looks down at his body, and he holds up a hand and a leg, and he's like, kind of groans and says, "What have they done to me?"
I'm not sure, but
He kind of touches and examines himself.
I know that it seems like a lot, but maybe there's something we can do to return you back to what you were. I'm not alone. I'm with a party of individuals. It's been some time since anyone other than Dark Elves have been in this tower.
Well, it was.
And
I only remember a few days in this cell before they put me out. In that time, the Dark Elves were very busy.
I would like to warn you, there is one that is technically a part of our group, but has been kind of betrayed by them, so they're assisting us in a positive way at the time being.
He kind of... You see a snarl on his lips. He's not very happy to hear this.
It's fine. Listen, I understand, but she doesn't seem to have nearly as much magical control as others. And our goal is to eventually stop and or kill this Kealayama.
Give me a
Presence?
a presence check here. See if you can,
Do I...
calm him down.
Am I a bit taller than him or about just as tall?
About just as tall. If anything, he's a bit bigger than you are.
Okay. I did not have Demi plane up. Give me a moment. Okay. Presence +3. And I'm going to use a Hope for Unshakable. So it's +2 to this as well, so +5 total. That's a crit. And I am trying to kind of raise my shoulders, kind of get into a more battle-ready position as he snarls.
He kind of takes your measure and backs down and says, "Well, I can't begrudge you if you're rescuing me, and but as long as you consider her to be safe,
Yeah.
I guess I could be all right with that."
She was, and I'll kind of go into detail on why I kind of trust her not to betray us. Basically, just the circumstances of her parent betrayal from Kayala and all that.
Yeah, he doesn't appear to know who this Kayala is.
She's one of the generals of the... what are they called?
Black Daggers.
Black Daggers, yes. She's one of the leaders.
I just remember seeing a lot of the Dark Elves running up and down these hallways, taking prisoners to and from.
They were...
It was Titan machines that attacked us and captured us.
Well, our plan is to get you and the 21 others to a city called Sunstone that was established after the defeat of the Titans. And I'll just kind of start talking to him and maybe walk him down to the next person, etc. Ask him if there's anybody he thinks he might know that was captured alongside him. Because he was in the city.
Yeah, he's kind of looking in the tubes that you walk by. There are other giants that are dead, or at least there's skeletal remains of them. Most of these rooms are occupied, but they're
skeletons.
99% of them are, mummified remains. Do
we know why?
Because they died.
The figure inside is, the metal of the metal that's been replaced. Parts of their body almost uniformly has turned black.
Yikes.
Failed
experiments, probably.
Yeah, and you see, looking closely at the failed experiments, rather than kind of being a clean seam between living flesh and metal, it's the black is almost looks like it's got spreading into the fleshy bits along veins and tree-like markings and such. It's
not good.
Initially it looked like it spread, and there's only a few examples of these that are kind of still in the tubes, so their bodies are preserved.
Mm-hmm.
But it does look like they just parts of their bodies were ruptured by this.
Too much for him or something like that.
Yeah.
In any case, I see that Mikhail's back.
Yes, while they're doing whatever it is they're doing, which I imagine has something to do with getting the people who were in stasis out and safely into the hands of the crew, I would like to go to Master System and see if I can get a more firm idea about what's upstairs.
Before you do that, I wanted to inform you that it was shortly after everybody left that I had the idea of doing something, and I would have told Mikhail about it. I asked Master System to lock our footage of us behind a password, so that if someone tried to use it and look at our footage of us, they need the password.
Okay. That sounds good to me.
And I'll tell you the password is 7, 10, 3, 15, and 9. Because it's a hexadecimal password.
Oh. Rhea knows some things.
Well, I guess she just fumbled around for a bit.
What you get from Master Cylinders is Master
Cylinder.
Sorry, I don't know where that came from. Master System is that the levels above are testing on a variety of things. She doesn't have the details of these are again behind some other form of protection that she's not allowed to reveal. But that no, these were the levels above were used for further testing of viable subjects.
Okay. In that case, I would try to find anything I can. I basically say, if there's anything I can't access, just don't tell me right now. Like I don't care about things I can't access because I don't have a password. I care about all the things I can access. And I asked her to give me a list of those, and I imagine it's moderately long. I don't know exactly what. But if there's anything that's like text logs, diary entries, in videos of Titans doing anything, I'm trying to look for hints or clues to passwords that will let us access more things.
Okay. Probably about the most awesome thing she can show you is some old footage, surveillance, that shows several Titans walking through this level of the facility. They are just massive. You know, when they would walk up to a cell and look in it, everything that was on that little screen that's at your eye level appeared in the air in front of them, in front of their eye level.
Gotcha.
You would see a few instances where they would raise a hand to actually interface with this floating screen, which didn't have any material substance. It just looks like the letters and words of the screens were just magically projected in the air.
Okay.
But they would reach up and touch those letters and numbers and words, just like you are, to access things and move things around.
Okay.
Every once in a while, the Titans would turn to each other over outside of the wall of a cell, and kind of like look at each other. Their eyes would light up. The center portion of their chests would light up and kind of radiate outwards from that point in the center of their chest, as they were apparently talking with one another or communicating with each other in some way that was unspoken.
Okay. Is there any discernible pattern to them talking to each other? Does it look like flashes of light, or do they seem to be just like looking at each other and quote unquote interfacing with each other?
Yeah, no, the light's consistent. It's not flashing or pulsing. It just kind of like deepens when they kind of like lock eyes with each other.
Okay.
And the exchanges are brief. I mean, no longer than a few seconds.
Okay. So it's very unlikely if they entered any sort of password or key, it would be something that I couldn't listen to or hear or watch them type.
Yeah, you watch as close as possible to what they're doing, but at no point do you see any footage, and there's not a lot of it. Right, a lot of it's for the amount of time that they were here, thousands of years, there's probably only a solid 2 minutes worth of footage that actually has Titans in it.
Shit.
Kind of odd. It must not have come down here very often.
Damn.
Okay. There's
Again,
no. Go
again,
ahead.
this is just the footage that is not protected, and
Right.
you have access to.
True.
Right, that's very true. Okay. There's no audio logs or text files.
There is. I mean, these images all have audio with them. You're just not hearing the Titans talk.
Right.
There's one instance where there is a dark elf talking to one of them, or actually it's giving commands to a dark elf, and its voice is just booming in the dark elf language.
Okay.
But again, it's brief. It's something along the order of, where was the specimen that you...
Okay.
Ooh.
Do I have? Do we have any access to anything that's like storage? Like equipment storage or things to like maybe where they put supplies.
What you have access to is there's an outer ring, a hallway that circles these laboratories between where the laboratories are, or these cells, I should say, and the outer wall of the tower. And it's subdivided into several different chambers that you can get into, and Nock has already gone into many of them, and in most of them you've found more of their sentry robots in various states of assembly. Most of them are very unassembled. Only one room has full ranks of them fully assembled, and there probably number of about 500 of them in there.
Okay.
And in one room in particular, there is actually the shell of a Titan, the mechanical, well, what looks to you like a solid black metal humanoid statue.
Okay.
And it's kind of crouched down, kind of bent over at the hips, knees flexed, and totally inert. Diala gave you a little bit of a tour of it, saying that she points out in the center of its chest there's a hollow in this one, and she said that's kind of where the pilot chamber is for the Titans themselves. That they lived when they interfaced with machine, they lived within a large diamond that with its apparatus sat in that hollow. That this whole thing, this Titan has been, that apparatus and the diamond has been removed.
Okay. All right.
How big are the shells exactly?
The hole itself that this would go in is about the size of a fist, a normal human fist.
And then the shell itself, the whole body. Are we talking like?
It's 20 foot tall, and it's perfectly formed humanoid figure. It's not anatomically correct. It doesn't have genitalia, but it's male. And it's seamless. The only thing of note other than that is radiating outwards from the hole in the chest where this little apparatus was. There's kind of like striations in the metal.
Okay. All right.
And you did not see these striations on the metal in the video images of the living Titans that you saw.
Okay, so there's some sort of problem. Does it look like the core was ripped out, maybe?
No, I mean it's not a violent thing like that. The striations are kind of just like radiate outwards from this hole as if kind of like, I don't know, veins on a mad person's forehead.
Hmm. Okay.
How much can fit inside bag? Yes. Nock holds up the magical bag of holding.
Hmm. A fair amount.
Okay.
And I've emptied it of a great deal of stuff. The only thing that's in there is some supplies and the two chests I haven't been able to open yet. So if you want to go put something in there,
Yeah, you've got
many things.
there's about 5 cubic feet of space left within the bag. Everything else is, with those 2 chests, you're consuming about 4 or more cubic feet.
I gotcha.
So,
all right. Well, I suppose
you have put in. They put into the bag 5 of the lightning guns and their battery things as well.
Oh,
so
okay.
Now there really is only about a cubic foot of space left.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah, we can remove it if we need to.
No, it's fine. First of all, I didn't know I didn't have the bag. So Nock
Don't
must
worry,
have.
here you go.
Oh,
When I was distracted,
Nock.
Nock
Yes.
found it. And on Mikhail.
No, they were just okay. Bear in mind, they were doing things.
I know. I'm
to fill
joking.
the time while you were gone.
Yeah, I apologize for all
So,
that.
it was given that you were still attached to the bag at the time.
Yes, totally. It's totally fine. I'm just like, where did my bag go? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's totally cool. Put that stuff in there. I could maybe reverse engineer it. See if I can. Like, how big are these guns?
See?
20 pounds
You
each,
say you
right?
can't do it.
They're 20 pounds each. The barrel is about 3 feet long. There's about 2 feet of cable that's about as thick as your wrist. And
So
then
it's
the box of the battery or whatever activates it is about 8 inches on a side. So
we might be able to treat it like a cannon.
Maybe. Maybe we can get a ship and put it on there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We could put it on a ship, or
And
we could
again,
roll it like a
I can handle
artillery
one pretty
cannon.
well, huh?
Yeah. You could probably put it on your shoulder, like hold it there, and we could put a brace around it, mount a brace.
Perhaps we talk to that dwarven blacksmith who made my armor. He might have some good ideas.
You
Speaking
could
of
set it
which,
there, and then put that there, and then we could probably
I
make
look
that happen.
around. Is there any spare or like?
Cruz is saying something.
Oh, sorry.
You guys talked over him.
Oh no, I think that was me. I think the Cosme would have been like, probably best we don't bring it up to the blacksmith. I think we're supposed to keep this information private.
I mean,
Oh yeah, this is secret. That's right. Nock almost forgot.
But I'd still like to look around and see if there's any spare metal. Like just.
Well, there's a lot of the robots are in states of disrepair. We could probably get some kind of the metal.
Wait, hold on. Wasn't it explained to us that everything here is made out of those robots?
Mm-hmm.
That includes these weapons.
Yeah, you don't. If you're looking for metal, you don't see any raw stock anywhere. What you do see in the back of several of these rooms are just several vats that look like they're full of black tar from what you can open and access to.
My point being that if we were to have these weapons around us or near us, what's to stop Kayla from just turning them against us in some way?
That's something that I was thinking of too. If we're going to be going up against Kayla, I'd like to figure out a way to, if heavens forbid she uses these, what were the nanomachines that Master System called, or Dayla called them? I'd like to figure out a way to...
Yes.
I'd like to figure out a way to maybe counteract them somehow.
Well, that sort of technology or magic or whatever you want to call it, it'll take me a long time to understand exactly how to figure out the best way to counteract that.
Well, isn't it possible that the Cosmic can translate? You talked to this stuff before.
I did, but it's
I
hard.
think he crit.
I think I'm able to.
Once you do it once,
I don't know.
it's easier
Maybe
next time, right?
The thing is, maybe it had something to do with kind of how the thing with Moonstar was, where maybe my people can easily communicate with them, but I have a feeling if I tried that again, it wouldn't be as easy.
Try again,
more-
yes.
They're more animalistic in design as opposed
Give me
to.
a 2d12 roll, because
All right.
Blowing on your dice mentally. I shouldn't have done that.
Only 6.
the crowning achievement of talking to those machines was actually getting access to the master system. They themselves are very, very simple mind. Don't really have minds of their own really to speak with.
They're like parts of the master system.
Yes.
Whatever program is in this place, they follow it somehow, even without being directly controlled by it or in the vicinity of them.
I had a thought. I think we can't, because it's not us, but we can't lock footage of Keala, can we?
No. Correct. It's not.
You can only lock footage of yourself or others that you know. I guess.
Right. Basically, when you start locking the footage, basically everybody has a hand in kind of saying, yeah, please lock footage of me.
Oh, okay.
I think we'll do that for all of the S subjects as well that are alive.
Okay. But you continue to revive people. They come from a variety of different backgrounds. Every race is represented here. Probably the most that are still alive, because there's 6 of them, are Clanks.
Oh.
But even their bodies have been transformed heavily.
Oh.
From what Clanks that you have seen before, which are not necessarily all made of metal. A lot of the Clanks you've seen in fact, 2 of the ones in here are partially made of fine wood and other materials.
Pinocchio-esque.
But yeah, for the most part, even those pieces of them here have been metallified, I should say. The same way that all the other beings have been. With some of them, it's only maybe about a quarter of their body has been transformed, and in some cases, it's like 80% is metal.
Oh, speaking of, did we see a lot of destroyed scrapped Clanks or no?
No.
Oh, at all.
No, in fact, you don't see any dead Clanks.
Oh, wildly successful project. I mean, they don't seem to die same way?
Diala can just kind of shrug. It does not. really what she was studying here.
Oh, it's okay. No,
I
don't
imagine that
I was
That,
just a soldier here.
I imagine that clanks are the closest similarity to what they were trying to do. So it probably was a bit easier for them to incorporate things like legs and such. Well,
Clank no bleed. Yes, this is correct.
clanks bleed,
Well, not
sort of.
blood. Right.
But
If they live, they have a sort of life essence to them.
Don't we ask
Yeah.
them?
oh, we're gonna wake them all up anyway. So, all right, let's just take it careful. They add them to the list.
Yeah, but basically everybody wakes up pretty disoriented. Most of them have very few or fleeting memories of their actual captivity here.
Oh.
And probably the oldest one you can find is a turtle. I want to say a turtle, but a galapa, who was probably dates about 500 years before the collapse of the Titans, the end of the Titans.
Oh, wow.
And the galapa looks pretty remarkable. His entire shell and his hands and his feet are metallified.
Dude.
Which hands are metallified.
He probably has the most memories of actually being here in captivity. It looks like he was also raised within the system.
Oh.
So, are the folks from that are coming to help us get these people out? Are they here?
Yes.
Yes.
They've arrived. They're outside. Basically, they arrived this morning. They're outside beyond the range of the sentry guns. And,
if they've been here, like when they get here, I'm going to make sure that they get inside safely and get them set up somewhere.
Why
Like-
bring them inside? Why not we get everyone out and get them going to Sunstone right now?
Oh, well, I guess that's true. Well, I just didn't want them to sit out there in the sun while we were waking folks up. But then again, we could have been waking folks up before they got here.
Yeah, that was
So,
the
well,
idea.
I mean, when you first communicate with Varai, when he says he's arrived, he and his party has arrived. It's about 20 people and they're bringing at least twice that many more in terms of
Supplies?
of the striders and
Oh.
stuff. But no, he says no. I'm under orders not to go in, or bring
I would
any of
think they
these.
would have brought a
bring-
wagon or something.
Bring any of these
It's not
people
possible. Sand dunes make wheels go inside and they die in heat.
Well, then
You're not-
why
in.
don't
Knott's right about that.
you put slats instead of wheels? Have a sand sled.
Because it's not all.
It's not
this
all
was-
slab.
This one. They came out here as quick as they could.
Mhm.
That's the main reason. But yeah, it's possible to have a wagon that you take the wheels off and put sand sleds on it,
Oh,
etc.
You like
But
sand sail.
That takes a lot of time.
But in any case, they're here. We've got everybody out.
Yeah, no, Lord. Varai says, yeah, no, Lord Neuron wants us to wait out here, for you to bring the survivors out to us.
All right.
He doesn't
Okay.
want he doesn't. He wants to keep the number of people who are see the inside of that to a minimum. In fact, it looks like there's just enough people with him to handle all of the striders, and that's it.
Okay.
And the striders are full of things like clothing for the desert and stuff like, and supplies.
Yeah.
Food supplies for everybody.
We'll start getting them outside, getting them in a better state to move, get some decent food in them, clothed right, watered, so forth.
Yeah.
And go from there.
Yeah, they kind of invariably wake up hungry, and you have nothing except your own rations to offer them, and that doesn't go too far. So you don't really start waking them up until Varai has gotten there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then we'll be like, I understand you're hungry. There's food outside. Let's go. Let's go see the sun.
Okay. Yeah, they overcome their shock and the troubled look on their eye, what's happened to their body. I mean, bottom line is, whatever's happened to their body still functions and feels like to them like their
Not
flesh.
limbs.
Yeah. And they can control it. It's like, it's not like, they're
Wobbly or anything.
wobbly or anything. Their balance seems good, etc.
Okay.
But you bring them out again. There's a couple of almost every race. 24 people in all.
23, if you include the Dark Elf.
I said in all. So
Gotcha.
in all, you have decanted 24 people, even though one of them's not even here anymore.
Gotcha.
She's still in Sunstone. And you get him out to Varai and the people with him, and you notice that along with Varai are the three others that accompanied you in here. So they're kind of keeping a lid on things for the few other people that they've brought with them, including one in particular is the main. What was her name? Started with an A, Abigail, I think, or something like that. Who was the main Strider tender?
I think so.
But they,
Amelia.
Amelia, I think, maybe, I don't know. I can't remember the name. I don't write anything down.
That's the name of the miniature, at the least.
Okay. And they kind of quickly get them clothed. There's a little bit of surprise there from several eyes that hadn't seen Moonstar. But as far as you can tell, these people they're all people that you recognize as being, pretty close to Lord Neron himself. In other words, he's got good control over what these guys see and know and say, but there's no more than half a dozen other than the 4 that have been in here already. But they get everybody clothed and fed and watered. Okay.
All right. So, I suppose once those folks are on their way doing stuff,
And
the next... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and to clarify, we did have them each lock their own footage.
Yes.
Okay.
You did.
Oh, sorry. One more thing. The people that were in the tower, the 3 people that have been in there before, I would have them come up and lock their footage as well.
Okay. They will do that.
Okay.
They don't really understand what they're doing, but tell him, say this.
Yeah, and I
It's
think
important.
at one point, since Neron's been in there, and I believe he's able to teleport, I would tell him to do that himself as well when he gets the chance.
Methinks Lord Neron was only with us, yes? So he locked footage of us.
He was only with you guys, so yeah, his footage is easily lockable because you're always in frame with him.
Gotcha.
Yeah, locked by Brockman.
Okay, and then
It's really only important for people that kind of went off by themselves, as it were.
Before we leave, I want to get. Did they say when we were here before? I think they told Master System told us that there was multiple locations of Titan locations.
Yes.
I want to get all of that info. I want to all the locations of all those places on a world map.
Okay. Yeah.
And I copy that down so I know I don't have to forget about it or anything like that. And once that's done, I'll feel. So I'm saying, holy crap, we have a lot of places to go now.
Well, what you learn is basically each landmass, except for Starfall, has one main Titan base and another possible two more, depending on the size of the landmass, two more tertiary bases.
Right.
So that brings your total number of bases, other than this one right here.
8
main bases. There's 3 more main bases and 6 more tertiary bases. So a total of 9 bases that you haven't been in.
Still
lots of
a
places.
lot.
It's a lot, and 3 of those tertiary bases are underground.
Ooh.
Okay. So I'm going to log all of that, make sure that I have all of that written down and those locations mapped out. And I'm going to make it a point to find the best way to get to all of those locations. So when and if the time comes that we head to there, because I definitely want to go to those places.
Well, your first point of entry to any of these continents is through, the relative teleportation network that's closest to there. Some continents like Northholm, because of its size, it's the largest by far, have 3, teleportation nodes. One's in Glacier, one's in Beacon Vale, and the other one's on the very port city on the southern coast. So you kind of plot out, your Beacon Vale is closest to the Titan Tower that's up near Barley Brook, etc.
Okay.
For each of the map locations.
Right. Well, what are we doing now that we have all the information we can possibly get?
Adventure?
I guess we go up to the higher floors.
Yes, that too, and not need to sell secrets.
I do need to gift this axe to my sister.
Yeah, we actually have a lot of stuff that we need to do. We have a lot of places to go.
Mm-hmm. And I'd rather not spend too much time in that tower, considering that Pellon seems to return there at a regular interval, but could change for some reason or another.
Well, to be honest, there's not too terribly much else we can do in the tower. There's too much stuff that's locked.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to go to
other towers and maybe
or other bases and stuff, so hopefully find
That's
passwords or
ridiculous.
key codes to get us deeper into the main tower.
And there's also the pressing issue of these clans of wizards.
Yes, that's another thing. We need to go to, I believe it was Starfall, and speak to, maybe not speak, but definitely look into.
Descendants of wizards who sealed the way.
Yeah.
The Titans.
Exactly. Hopefully I can find something to be of use in case, horrible Titans are waking up and they're going to destroy the planet.
I do think we need to leverage that magical book that you have.
Oh, absolutely. But what we need to do right now is sit and plan and figure out the best route forward.
I'd like to use that book at least once or twice a day to see what Kale is doing.
Okay, I can do that.
Just so that we have somewhat of a tab on what she's doing.
No worries, I can do that.
You don't know that we're watching, yes?
Didn't seem she noticed.
Ooh.
Otherwise, she likely would have stayed.
Someone with a great deal of magical energy can maybe sense a scry, and I know that there are devices that exist that, or not devices, magical.
There is some degree of separation, though, with this book, right?
I mean, the thing is that usually scrying takes some significant magical items to do. You usually need a scrying pool and blessed water and all sorts of things. This seems to cut out all the need for those things. So,
I will note that it was pretty clear that when you used the book to scry on Warlord Zane, that
Yes.
he had some kind of protection in place. But the book still showed you where he was. It just didn't show him.
Okay.
So even those who have protection, we can still kind of figure out where they are to
Yes.
some degree.
But it was pretty obvious from the way that the book worked when you scryed on the Warlord Zane, that there was difficulties in doing so.
Yes.
Ooh.
So there appears to be some level of piercing going on with this. So
Are we heading back to Sunstone first?
yeah, I would imagine so.
Oh. What happened if you go invisible and then you scry? You see nothing?
I think there would be, to be honest, I haven't done it. I haven't.
Try. And the knock goes invisible.
Oh, goodness, knock.
Knock need to
We're doing
know.
this on the way to Sunstone, okay?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Knock need to know if you can still see knock or not. Important.
All right. So while we travel and get into going into that location, I will attempt to scry the invisible knock.
Okay.
And I
So-
take a completely different direction. I meld into the shadows and disappear as far as I can away from the group.
Okay.
That's a 12.
All right. You see a cluster of rocks, and the view kind of moves around it. You don't see him, but from the way the view moves, it looks like it's moving to keep whatever the subject is centered. You just don't see him, though.
Like
Okay.
orbiting around where he's supposed to be.
I like the idea of like something starts looking at him, and then the view like pans around like, where is he? He's supposed to be right here.
But no, it's pretty obvious where the subject is likely at from what the
Yeah.
one's doing.
Yes.
I will look around for those rocks.
You see them.
I'll pick up a nearby pebble or rock and throw it over in that direction to try and hit that spot.
Oh, you could see?
Kind of.
Oh. And Nox
Like-
stops becoming invisible and, rushes back to the group.
We could, your general location. I couldn't, point you out and tell you what you were doing while invisible, but I could say that, he's right around there.
Oh.
Alright. I am switching up the music here.
Just in case. Subject goes invisible. Now we know what to look for.
I suppose that's true. I love finding out new weird things about magic.
Like partial communication with corpses.
Like partial communication with corpses, even if they're in pieces and I don't have the skull.
Yes,
I should say
very important.
communication with partial corpses.
Science.
Science. Hell yeah.
Alright. I would have used that nightmare thing 4 times to get everyone else smaller horses than mine.
Well, basically, everybody that wants one has to use it, and it can be used 4 times.
Oh.
You have to let somebody else ring it.
That's fine.
If you try to ring it, nothing happens a second time.
I got you. In that case, I will hand it off to those who are the largest of the group to get the largest of the horses, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I am mildly disconcerted with riding on a flaming horse, but there you go.
Are there rides?
You guys are riding a fuzzy bull.
Not one.
The only thing that's going to slow us down is boss right now. Kind of limited to
Wait.
his speed.
Oh.
Because he can't ride. Yet.
And you can't run too far.
He's instrumental.
But he can keep up keep up a generally a greater than a walking pace, a human walking pace for the way.
He does have a longer gait, I bet. But
Oh yeah.
yeah. Making our way to Sunstone with the group of refugees.
Nightmares.
Okay. Overall, you're not going too fast. The refugees are going slow. Mostly just getting used to riding and such.
The desert
and they're
all that.
and they are taking their time. They're doing the whole, go at night and sleep during the day, and it takes them that much longer to set up camp and break down camp, etc. So, but you make the trip back in 3 full days.
I'm going to spend those 3 days. I'm going to do preparation on all 3. Does anybody else want to do prepare?
Not I, but I do want to see if I can crack those last 2 chests.
Oh.
So,
Right.
yeah.
Is anybody else doing prepare?
Maybe. Wait, do you need help doing the chest thing?
No,
Okay.
it's just a matter of getting a good roll. Because I have to dispel the chests in order for it to work.
Here's a pretty gamey sort of way to go about this.
Why?
Nock has this thing, right?
if I hit something, I get to reduce it via my knowledge score. Does that make him deciphering the chest easier? Or reduces the difficulty
It's
score
just
of
a-
the chest?
That's just a
Isn't that- I think that's just a combat target too.
Okay,
that
okay.
Your ability can analyze like the kind of like the
I mean,
vulnerable
you
points.
can let
of
him
it.
hold your blade, and he gets a +2 to knowledge.
Yeah. That would help. I think.
Okay, where is... Oh, I probably have to pull it back out.
So over the
People in
course
the
of
front
3
row are
days,
gonna have to stand back.
I'm just doing prepare.
So yes, also prepare.
Okay, then I do wind up with full hope.
There we go. Okay. Then I'll spend that day to do that, and then pop. So am I holding this blade?
Yes.
Okay, +2, so my knowledge is a +6.
There you go. That'll help.
God, okay.
It better help.
So that would be a 24 for one chest. And a 22 for the other chest. Or 20 for the other chest, I'm sorry.
Yeah, begrudgingly, and it takes you a lot of time for each of these. You get them safely dispelled. There's a few points in which, you did roll with fear for both of those, and it was kind of touch and go. But you did manage to get them both dispelled.
Okay. Then I will... Yes, I believe the magic is gone. I will crack open these chests and take the items that are inside, which I believe are similar carvings. I believe they were.
Yeah, they're little statuettes. The ones you found so far, there were two statuettes. One was of Neron himself, and the other one seemed to be of the goddess Nyxara.
Right.
In one of these other ones, you find another one for the Serena, who was one of the deceased gods, the goddess of peace and harmony. And her statue actually has some magic coming from it.
Oh.
It's it seems to be shaped of metal. I don't know who's making that noise, but it seems to be made of a kind of a bronzish, copperish metal. It's not tarnished in any way.
Oh.
And there is a little bit of magic radiating from it.
Okay.
And in the last one, is another one, a statuette of another one of the deceased gods, Pyrrhon, who was the smith.
That'll help us.
And it is carved of a very dark wood, probably ebony.
Ooh, okay.
All 4 of these belong to Neron.
Yes, all 4 of them belong to Neron. Okay, cool. I won't pry any further without Neron's express permission. So I will just secure them nice and tight in my bag, and then the chests themselves don't appear to be anything special, so
they're finely made. You figure they're finely made enough to hold a pretty powerful enchantment.
Oh,
Which is one of the reasons why they were used to hold these curses, because that kind of helps to hold a long-lasting, powerful curse as well as an enchantment. So they are all four of these have been very well-made chests.
okay then I will secure them if they are useful in such a way. And then, yeah, that's everything I can do while mobile. So I'll wait until we get back to town to do anything else.
Okay. Yeah, the nearest you see any kind of wildlife on the way back is on the horizon. Everything kind of steers clear of this cavalcade of more than 30 people. About 35 people, I think.
Speaking of the people, any of them display odd behavior of any kind?
Good question.
To your eye, no. They all seem to be very quiet. Like they're not really keen to talk to each other. And when you do get them into conversation, they just seem kind of stunned still, especially about what's the transformation of their body and the amount of time that's passed.
Some of them, I'm sure,
that they're that they won't have any family alive. They don't have homes to go back to. Nothing. So you're looking at people that have been pretty devastated. That's where the silence is coming from.
They're people out of time.
They are. Captain Varai kind of spends a good amount of time with each of them during the trip back, explaining to them, that there's a place for them all in Sunstone. They don't have to worry about their jobs or things like that they might have had. That whatever they were good at, they can if they wish to, they can continue doing it. Otherwise, Lord Neron's perfectly ready to just foot the bill for them.
Okay, cool.
Do you want me to bring everybody to Sunstone Bay?
Sure.
I am going to grab a glass of water.
Okay. They basically, when you reach Sunstone, Varai and the others take them all to a set of barracks that they have, to just give them a place to stay. Right. Otherwise, the rest of you kind of head towards Neron's tower.
Yes. I would like to see Lord Neron to give him back his stuff. So I will locate the good man.
Yeah, he meets you guys out front. It looks like he got enough warning that you guys are coming that he's prepared, and he escorts you in and upstairs to one of his private floors. It's kind of set up like a big living room expanse.
Okay. Once we're settled in, I will go. Lord Neron, I believe that these belong to you. I will produce the statuettes and give them to him.
And he takes them from you very, very gingerly, you see that he picks them up with fingers that are used to touching them and have long been unable to. These are very familiar objects to him. He's very thankful. He says, I can't express my gratitude for returning these to me. They're very important for sentimental reasons. They have memories within them, or I have memories of them and the people that they belong to. You know.
Well, I just wanted to make sure they went to the correct rightful owner, and that's you. So here you go.
Thank you.
Some of them appear to be magical. I couldn't help but notice due to my needing to undo the enchantments on the chests. Do you know what magic they contain?
He kind of separates the one out that's just of Serena. It's a very simple magic. It has a recording of her voice.
Okay. Then
and he kind of does something to the bottom of the statue, and you hear a woman's voice. It's a strong contralto, very peaceful, but at the same time authoritative and kind of matronly, and it's saying, Neron, my brother, you be good. You know how to be good. You just need to continue being good. You'll weather this storm, and we'll be right there with you. Don't worry about calling on us every day. And that's the extent of the message.
Yeah. Okay. He'll nod and carry on with that.
Just to clarify,
and
that's the voice of the deceased god?
Yep.
Yeah. A little crazy, that. Alright, well, if that's all that's done, I'm going to look at Freya and say,
Freya will look at Mikhail.
I have
spot on your head, Mikhail. No, sorry.
I've got some business to take care of, some more projects to work on. When you have all of the possible locations that we should go to, I hand over my notes on the Titan locations, on the locations of the groups of wizards of their former places. And I'll say, I'll leave it to you to decide where we need to go next. Just let me know, and I will be ready.
Before you guys leave, do you debrief Neron on some of the things you learned from Diala?
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
I would divulge as much as we can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, Diala's here, so.
Yeah, Diala's with you. And Neron kind of keeps her. He'll set up a room for her in the tower. But when you guys get to the part where you say nanomachines, you see his brows furrow, and he says,
What?
maybe the gods know something.
Oh, they do?
Maybe, he said.
Maybe.
Oh.
We'll just call
Maybe
them up then.
Maybe the gods will know something. I know that they do have a discourse, especially the Lords of Balance,
My God.
with the Lords of Balance of other universes.
For a second there,
Okay.
my brain
Oh.
auto-completed to you saying they have a Discord. Like, oh, we could just hit them up on the Discord.
It's the
Just a quick name.
interdimensional Discord.
Just tap right into that.
No, didn't I have
Oh.
a session of like praying with Trine as well? I
Oh,
know
you did?
I'm just trying to remember exactly what we talked about. And of course, I stopped recording before we did that. So
You didn't really get into nuts and bolts
gotcha.
of things. You just kind of talked a little bit about the threat that
Oh right. Mm-hmm.
that
And
Kale
what
opposes and what you should do or anything like that. And he gave you kind of a bit of a wishy-washy answer, but
yeah, he just said to do what we feel like we should do.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay. All right. Well, once Lord Neuron is completely debriefed, I'm going to go work on things until.
Yeah, buddy.
I don't see
Okay.
why we shouldn't be
That's the
able
only-
to have.
that's about the only bit of feedback he has for you when you talk about those machines and stuff. And if you say, well, that's a name to that whatever that not Diala, but
the Titans.
Kale
Ayala.
Oh yes.
is using, and the Titans have been using. That's their main form of their technology. He says maybe the gods will know something.
I can reach out to Trine. He's been talkative. Recently, at least. Watch, he's not going to answer my call now because I said that. I'm sorry.
You're not the only one. Neuron says any of you should be able to contact them. It's up to them to answer, but don't feel that it all has to be on your shoulders.
Oh, of course, but I got you.
That note, Nock would have borrowed the bag.
Borrowed the bag with all of our stuff.
Not all of our
What
stuff.
do you need from the bag?
Secrets.
What secrets?
Well, the only thing in there besides 2 empty chests now are 5 lightning guns.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Secrets. But yes, Nock will be right back with these.
But that's bye.
That's Mikhail's
fine.
bag.
It's
Nock would leave a little smiley face.
I owe you one incredibly important magic bag.
All right. In any case, I think that Freya is going to go to the Church of Trine. Trine's Church. Temple of Trine. That's the word.
Okay. Is there anybody else want to make a god call?
I have to wait till tomorrow morning.
Who is
But-
Give it a
the?
try.
What's that?
I'll
What's
give
that
it a
supposed to
try.
be? Oh, okay, you can give it a try as well. There are 3 Lords of Balance: Lord Aaron, Lord Lorne, and Lord Trine. Lord Aaron is probably the one you're most familiar with, he being the god of good and law and stuff like that. Lord Trine is kind of the god of war and fire and vengeance. And Lord Lorne is more or less the god of the afterlife and several other aspects of birth and the life cycle of people are attributed to him as well.
Okay.
Who dost thou call?
Lord Aaron.
Okay, Lord Aaron. All right, give me
Sorry.
is it a presence? Have you roll?
I think we just rolled duality.
Yeah, just roll a straight up duality roll. 2d12.
12. Okay.
You can add. Yeah, you can add whatever stat you like to it really.
Well, that would be. Doesn't matter. All right. Eight.
Okay. So 8 with fear. Yeah, you really you kind of you don't get a actual response from him. However, a small bird, a sparrow, kind of flies into the room where you're at and kind of lands at your feet and cocks its head at you. You have a message? It says in a little cheap. You also know that Lord Aaron is known for using animals as messengers.
All right. So, it's asking me if I have a message. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Do you have a message?
I can't think of what. I'm suddenly drawing a blank. What would be a good message for our situation? So, in the communication with the gods, is it like requests or?
Well, you have heard that people, some people, the fortunate few, are actually able to actually talk to or see the god that they're praying to.
Freya has done this at least twice in her area.
Yeah. Apparently, your connection with Lord Aaron is fairly tenuous at the moment, but it seems that he has sent a little bird to get a message from you.
No. Yes. I mean, I'm sorry I'm having a problem here. How specific can it be? Can I be like, I'm just requesting help in our adventures?
Yeah, I mean, you could be general, you could be specific. You don't know. You've never had this experience before, really. I could say fairly easily that unless you have defined yourself to be kind of fairly religiously devout, you haven't done this before. Lord Niram simply said it's something that's available to everybody to try to talk to the gods.
Right, and I thought, I'll try it, and then here I am. I'm actually prepared for this. Just like guidance in our lawful guidance in our actions against the Titans.
Okay, message is this, and it repeats back what you said, and it flutters off out a window or wherever else.
Hold on.
I just sit there kind of shocked for a minute.
All right, and Frey, you've gone to the Temple of Treen?
Yes. I will kind of go straight up to the altar and kind of just take a kneeling position. When the altars in the temples of Treen are like a statue of him standing among kind of like a small sea of flames.
Yeah, there's basically the one here. It's got a statue of him showing his orkiness, and it's got a kind of a black iron brazier in front of him, or immediately in front of him, kind of at a normal standing person's eye level, with about a foot high glow of flame coming off of it.
And kneel. And I'll put my strength into my prayer. Call out to Treen for further guidance. With my strength, that's going to be +4, so let's say 15. I can't do math. 13 + 4, so that's 17. With fear.
Okay. The flame rises higher, and Tree's face takes shape in it. Ah, little Freya. What do you need?
Neron let me know that you might be able to communicate with other Lords of Balance. We're looking for information on something called nano machines. The balance of the world is likely at stake, as you're aware from what I've told you before. I'm hoping this could help teeter the balance towards us.
Let me dig around. I do know of one other universe where the Treen there is quite well connected. It's a younger universe than this one. He's still a boy in my eyes, but I will reach out to him and see if he knows of anything.
I would appreciate it. I thank you.
He gives you a nod and smiles as the flames kind of like evaporate into normal flames again.
I stand up and kind of turn back towards maybe like one or two people just in the pews or something and just walk away.
It doesn't look like they saw anything. You know, they're anybody else that's in there, including other priests and such. They're just going on about their duties.
Okay.
I mean, they make note of you and nod to you on your way out and stuff, as they nodded to you and greeted you on your way in.
I do think I'll head out, but I will actually go speak with the I believe it's a sister who's in charge here.
Yes.
She's likely of higher rank. I will ask her to reach out to Adano to get a correspondence, because I have some information I need to speak with him about. And or get an arrangement to transportation to the Temple of Wrath, which is where he's at, headquarters of the Imp Guardian.
Okay. Yeah, and it's somewhere in the vicinity of Daggerheart.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Basically, I just want to get communications open so that we can go there and talk to him, because I'm sure he has wisdom to share. Okay. That's all me.
Okay. Cosme, were you doing anything?
Nothing in terms of the gods, but more just maybe trying to like prepare for like the next time we go out.
Okay. So you're basically resupplying everybody.
Pretty much.
Do it because you guys are basically at the end of your own personal supplies. And
Oh yeah,
you just
I
go.
need to get a bunch of supplies.
You just go back down and get everybody, food and water, rations and stuff like that. Okay.
I do need to gift my axe, or go pick up the sheath for it that I had made.
Yeah, it's a very nice sheath, all finely tooled with the crest of the Order of Elara on it.
I'll make my way over to Ingrid, and then you can finish up with everybody else, and I'll finish up with that once we're done.
Okay. All right. Knock. You're going somewhere with your bag of ill-gotten goods?
Yes. Knock is going to show secrets for more secrets. Back in the guild.
Okay. You get through some rigmarole, but get in there and get a private audience with the Sister of Secrets.
Immediately asks, "So how much this worth?" And then shows her a functional lightning cannon.
Oh well, it's a black metal. I take it.
Oh
Yes.
I take it it's of Titan.
One horde.
I take it it's of Titan manufacture.
Yes.
I've only seen one other bit of their metal before with my own eyes.
Oh. And there's also big statue like that too. Others say it's Titan body.
Interesting. Where is this?
Inside tower.
Really?
Jesus.
See? Knock no secrets.
I never said you didn't.
It's okay.
And what is this thing?
Oh. And then Knock points it at the wall and then goes, it okay to shoot here or no?
What does it shoot?
Jesus.
Is father here?
Yes, there's a father here.
Maybe not good idea to shoot inside after all. Knock don't want to get in trouble yet.
Yeah.
But yes, follow Knock outside. Knock show you. Yes.
Oh goodness. Please,
Yeah, there's
Go towards the ocean. Away from the docks, obviously.
This is the greatest plan.
You go outside, and the streets are busy. There's people walking around doing all their things. There's no real private courtyard or anything here for their guild. It's not a very big one.
No. Outside that way. No people. Well, not hit people.
Just I don't know. I want to imagine that Freya's just walking down the street towards Ingrid or the shop and just sees Knock leaving.
Yeah, I'm walking down the street with a handful of food and water.
I'm walking down the street with a lot of very precarious glass.
We all see him with this bug.
If you guys want to, you can all roll a whatchamacallit check.
Circumstance.
Circumstance.
I'm carrying a great deal of important acid.
You basically, you basically going to make a duality roll to notice him, and you have a number to reach of 20 to actually be on the street in view of him at any point in the time.
Just a straight duality roll.
Yeah, I mean, you can add your instinct to it as a notice kind of thing.
Oh my God.
Even when it's got to succeed.
So it doesn't look like you guys.
Nope.
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 It doesn't look like any of you guys were quite on the street at the same time that he was.
Enoch would have been, walking.
Was that? No, everyone rolled 13 except for me.
Too many.
Holy shit!
That would have been fitting for Friday.
Oh, at least you got them all out of the way, right?
There you go.
You're gonna add them up, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, now all of those rolls together, something would happen. But none of you see him. Eventually, you guys make your way kind of up and out of the city and into the Badlands of the place. She's kind of growing a little frustrated with you at taking her away from things, and she's mopping her brow of sweat.
Oh, it's worth it. Why are you sweating?
She sweats.
Oh my.
Well, I mean, she's a living thing. I know she's a fairy, but she still sweats a little bit.
Need to go outside more, find more secret like Knock. Oh,
Most
well,
of
I
the
guess you
secrets
can.
come to me. I'm not really.
True.
They don't really let me out much, as it were.
But anyway, and now that we're all the way out there,
You're all the way
nice and
out.
safe.
You're safe. You
I'm not gonna cause friendly fire.
You see that there's nobody around.
Pulls one of the things out of the bag. Says, "Okay, I promise it's worth it." And then, how does this thing work again? Aim here, put this here. Don't be on that end. And then,
Knock's gonna go flying
the prongs.
20 feet back.
Pushes in the prongs.
Okay. There's a loud crack of energy released as a bright flash of lightning comes out the end of this and hits some on the side of a mountain or rocks, about 50 feet away.
I got a crit on a. See if I can hear that. If you'd allow it.
Yeah, you do hear a crack.
Do I?
Among the other sounds, and because it was a crit, you kind of could detect that you've heard that sound before.
I'll start walking in that direction.
It sounded like it was up above the city.
Okay, I'll just start
See?
walking.
So how much worth? How much worth? See, it work.
Interesting. She recovers herself and flutters up to the kind of the burn mark on the rock where this thing hit.
Good, yes.
Kind of
Thousands.
Examines it and such. Well, no, that's you got yourself quite a little device there.
I know. Many more. Sister find more fun stuff for Knock to try, yes?
I don't know what else I can give you. Are you looking for something in exchange for showing me this?
Yes. Maybe book.
What do you want?
A
book of what?
I don't know. Book of secrets. Oh, book of old wizards and things like that. Maybe stories. Especially related to Titan. That would also work.
Oh.
And then
Maybe recent history book? Nock don't know what to look for that.
What exactly are you looking for? That'll help me.
What happened maybe 50 years ago? Maybe important things, how life changed for many part of the world.
50 years ago.
Yes, and to current day. I know that's a lot, but lots of how do you say, lost people come back, so need to make them unlost. You know what I mean?
No.
Oh my goodness.
I'm really fortunate here that I don't know exactly what you're talking about. You're confusing me, young man.
Just let me know when I crest the hill.
People inside thing, and then they were asleep, and then now they're awake, and they were there for a long time.
What people?
Inside city, actually. Not can show you. But also secret, yes.
Oh, well, I mean, I gather that this is all secrets, Nock.
But Nock needs help, because they're all sad. They have nothing left.
So a bunch of people that are all sad and have nothing left, and you want a history for them?
Maybe something easier for them to start again, yes? Oh, what am I talking about? Maybe just bring them into guild. Always lots of things to do there.
There's always lots of things. We're always looking for craftsmen and such to send out.
These ones are very, very old, though.
Well, we don't need really old people. I mean...
Oh, you'll see.
Well, it's not like we can send an old person around the world to help dig a well.
Oh my god.
You'll see, you'll see. And so we start walking. I put the... Nock would put the weapon back into the bag. And start walking back towards the city.
And I'm walking towards where I heard that sound.
Okay. You basically kind of will encounter each other as you come back down into the city. As you see, you're coming up out, and you see Nock and a little fairy fluttering around him, heading back towards the city.
Oh, why are you out here?
I heard something very familiar.
You did?
Did he show you something?
Always shows
Oh, he showed me something, but I'm afraid I couldn't tell you. You'd blush.
Instinct? I'm gonna roll that, if you don't mind. I have a +0.
Nock is confused.
That's an 11. In any case, what are you doing? Who is this?
She kind of flutters up to you, and she says, "I'm Nancy. I'm one of his co-workers in the guild. He was just showing me where there was a good site that might have a good metal deposit."
That doesn't sound like anything that Nock would be interested in, but...
Metal for knife?
He's not, but he's looking for... Yeah, he's looking for metal for his weaponry. I'm one of the chief metallurgists.
Gotcha. Do I see his bag? Or the bag?
Always see bag. I need to give back to someone.
Well, you know he left with it, so he's still got it on him.
Gotcha. I wasn't sure if that was... we were aware of that just yet, but... Alright. Well... I'm actually headed back towards the, temple... Or not, what is it? The tower? What's it called?
Lord Neron's
Lord
place?
Neron's, tower.
Oh, say hi to him for me.
What was your name?
Nancy.
Nancy. And you're a member of the guild. I put in quotations.
Yes.
Yes, the Campfire Society.
All right. I'll start making my way back.
That one always show up sometimes. Odd timing.
It's good to surround yourself with observant people.
Yes, but so how much worth?
How much work? What? Getting you some history?
Yes. That enough? That enough for sister help? Yes.
Oh, I'm definitely inclined to help you. I'll just give me a day or so to get together some important notes about the more recent history stuff.
Nock smiles, attempts to give her a hug.
Yeah, well, she's only about a third your size, so
Yep.
yeah.
And Nock thanks her. Thank you again, sister. And then, I guess, maybe Nock should not sell this, yes?
Who would you sell it to?
Oh, yeah. I don't know, guild, maybe someone buy. Like you.
I don't. She kind of holds up her little insecty fingers that show just a lot of ink stains on them. Says, I don't do that. I don't do that sort of work.
Doc, you see Freya kind of like half kind of poking out from the next corner, just looking back at you. Just like she's trying to hide, but it's super obvious.
That one need to learn how to hide better.
Not much chance of that. Anyhow, since that is a Titan thing, you may get quite a bit for it, but at the same time, be very careful about who you do sell it to. They're going to want to ask questions, and if you're not too keen on answering questions, they're going to find ways for you to answer questions.
Nock can also find ways they never ask questions ever again.
Well, unfortunately, that's going to narrow down the money value of what you can get for this.
True. But yes, maybe smart one within party can sell it. Better that way. Maybe. I don't know.
How you doing?
Nock's still thinking.
All right. Good.
Okay, well, think about it really carefully.
Nock will let smart one think for it.
I imagine that does a lot of damage, and the first thing you got to worry about when selling somebody a weapon is them using it against you.
True. Maybe we, we'll have to ask smart one.
Yeah.
But yes. And then you just see Nock walking back along with quite happy. And then obviously Freya, you would be visible, yes?
Yeah, if you look in her direction, she'll panic and walk away.
You know, you're not very good at hiding.
And she'll stop. And then walk back. I'm worried you're telling people things they probably shouldn't hear.
Oh, this one fine. This one where all the answers come from.
Oh. Okay.
But you can't tell anyone.
Well, she shouldn't tell anyone either.
That's right.
I'm assuming, and I look at her, that she has higher ups.
Yes.
And higher ups.
She nods. And she says,
No. At least Nock don't do a report no more.
My official title with the guild is the Keeper of Secrets. Nock and I have an arrangement. I keep his secrets.
He gives you them.
Yes.
And you give him secrets, is that right?
I give him information. Some of it may be secret, some of it may not be.
Oh, I'm sure you have your work cut out for you.
She gives an odd look at Nock.
What?
She says, yes, I do have my work cut out for me. With that, I should leave you. And she heads back down towards the guild. All right.
Save Nancy.
Not only call her sister, but yes.
Well, she told me her name is Nancy. That is what she is. To me, at least.
Maybe. But yes.
I think I heard something about selling something, but I'm
Yes.
not sure.
Of course. Everything need money to work.
Yeah, but what do you
You
plan
need
to
money to
sell?
work. People die for money to work.
Last I checked, we have a
something
lot
like
of
that.
money, actually.
Not enough.
What are you trying to buy?
Buy? We now have how many people? 24.
Lord Neron is
5.
taking care of them.
It's okay. Lord Neron always busy. Sometimes not here. Sometimes in dangerous place.
I believe in recent history, he hasn't left Sunstone for a long time. Besides
I'm gonna go
working with us.
I'm gonna go to Mikhail now.
I got you. We'll just continue that.
We're on our way to Mikhail.
A little bickering.
Yes.
You people. All right.
What are you working on?
Well, if I have any time for the rest of the day, I'm going to work on Ikozme's Pokeball situation.
Yeah.
Okay.
How much gold do you think it would take to create such an item?
You're looking at some pretty expensive materials.
Excellent segue.
I'm gonna go with let's see, 5 bags plus 9 bags of gold.
Okay.
To for the materials that you're going to need.
9 bags. So that would mean. So I take away that and add 1. Cool. Okay. Okay. So, and how long do you think it would take me to craft it?
Let's go with 5. 5 things. So at a minimum 2.5 days.
Okay. So for the rest of the evening, we'll say that's my half, and I'll do that, which is probably more like doing some planning and collecting the necessary stuff. The next morning, however, I am going to leave the city. I'm not going to go too terribly far, but I'm just getting out of town to a quiet spot where I would not be seen or run into, and I would find a nice hillock with no shade of any kind.
Okay.
I would take my time going through an exhaustive list of steps, using smooth stones, carvings in the dirt with my staff, some various other bits and bobs here, And when everything is said and done, I will contact Elara.
Okay. With all that preparation and the time and everything like that, make your duality roll with advantage.
Okay. Do I add something to this, or is it straight?
You can add your knowledge if you wish.
Okay. That's 28.
All right. Yeah. With that roll, you see a beam of sunlight kind of solidify in front of you, and out of this beam, kind of stretches out a tendril of contact to you, and you feel, the magic are all around you and through the sunlight and the sunbeam and this tendril just really intensify and kind of flare up in your being as Elara herself contacts you. Greetings, little one.
Hello, ma'am. Sorry I haven't been able to contact you sooner. I've been very busy with a variety of different things. I was hoping that I could ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Of course.
My compatriots and I have found our way inside one of the, well, I suppose the main Titan structure, the tower that exists. And apparently there are a number of Titans that are trying to make themselves free. They have been sealed away, and a ritual is needed to keep them from doing harm to the people around this planet. And they apparently are one aspect of something that is parts of them is it's somewhat hard for me to describe, microscopic creatures called nanomachines. Are you familiar with this thing?
No. I have not. Nobody has spoken of this term to me before. But you're speaking of Titan beings that are still in existence upon Pellon?
From what we are to understand, yes. They have been sealed away by wizards. There was a conclave of wizards that correct me if I'm wrong, out of character, if I'm saying this wrong. They were conclaves of wizards that were killed by a dragon. Is that right?
I think it's descendants of wizards that served the dragon.
Okay.
But that would be Sherrock's answer. That's what I think.
Yeah, a dragon did not kill them.
Okay.
A dragon kind of gave them safety, but in turn experimented upon them.
It's been a hot minute.
It's been a long time since that happened. But yeah.
Right. I just meant me getting this info. So these wizards have the knowledge and the ability to seal these Titans away, and the barrier needs to be reset. I believe it was once a year. So, but these wizards no longer exist. So, one of the enclaves was destroyed, and we are trying to figure out, or we are hoping to find some level of magic or some written document or something that would tell us what needs to be done to keep these titans in check.
You sense a moment of thought. The light kind of waxes and wanes around you, growing both stronger and dimmer. Well, okay. I don't know exactly what everyone does with my magic, but I'm looking around for something that's like what you describe, and I'm not seeing anything. I mean, yeah, there's places of strong magic and such, but I'm wondering if these are somehow hidden from me.
How could they be hidden from you?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's peculiar because I would think that with a little bit of concentration on my part, I'd find sources of magic such as you described, but I'm not seeing any. If it's possible that the magic is in a form that isn't resonating with me anymore.
That would be like Mikhail sort of looks down and finds himself like staring at a combination of like he's like staring at her shins and staring at the ground as he's deep in thought, and he's like, so
I mean, when a wizard such as yourself, or a sorcerer, a magic user, or magic wielder of some kind, uses my light, uses my magic, they repurpose it into a spell. As it is, it's just raw energy, right?
Right.
They repurpose it. If its form changes substantially, like, say, the magic that is in, what is a magic item that you have on you right now?
The book? Well, no, not the book, because the book is in the bag with Knock.
Knock that book.
Is there any magic item on you right now?
No, because I don't find a lot of magic. I don't have a magical anything. I have the bag and
you have
the book in the bag.
You have talked to her about that book, right? Okay.
Yes.
Well, for example, the magic that's in that book, it's not radiating with my energy anymore. It's radiating with a combination of other things, but my energy is no longer there. It was used to create it, yes, but it's not in that form, and it's not in my form anymore. It is in a form that the new gods placed it into. I can still detect it because it is a strong source of magic, and it's relatively new to the world, so it shines back at me. But these seals, as you say, they would have to be very strong. I'm familiar with magics that were used to try to combat the Titans, and invariably anything of any success was quite strong and used a lot of my energy. But I'm not seeing anything of that level out and about in the world right now, except for a few things tied up within items and such that I'm aware of.
So, either the magic has been repurposed in such an incredible way that it's no longer similar to your magic or your power, or it's not magic at all. It's something different.
It could be either one of those things. My guess would be that these conclaves of wizards were very concerned about anybody else finding such things, so that they hid them, and probably to the extent that even somebody such as yourself walking around with your own abilities to detect magic wouldn't even know if you stepped on one. But there might be, if you could find one of these mages or that has done this or taken part in this, they might be able to explain a key or some other thing to look at.
Right.
Most of my senses are tied into just what I see with my light. If it's something that isn't really shining back to me when my light is cast upon it, I don't really see it. I mean, when I look at you, I don't see your physical form. I know you have one. It's been explained to me. But I see your spirit.
Okay. All right. Well, our plan, as far as I'm aware, is one of these enclaves has been attacked, and the mages therein have gone silent. So, I believe we are going to the last known location of these mages to see if we can glean any information from something that might have been left over. A journal, some residue, something of that nature. So, I suppose when we go there, I can extrapolate more and speak to you at a later date.
Well, please do. I'm very curious about this.
Right. Well, I've got projects that I need to work on, and I need to collect my bag back from Knock. So, by your leave, ma'am, I will speak to you at a later date.
Enjoy your life. It's a beautiful one.
I always attempt to. And I will finish the ritual. I will clean and clear the area to make sure it looked like nothing had happened there. And then I will head back into town and go find Knock.
All right.
Why smart we're not inside smart people place? Where did he go?
Perhaps he's looking for his bag. I think we should just wait here.
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna find him if you hold still long enough.
Mm-hmm.
Or if he holds still long enough.
I'll find them relatively quickly, and when I do, I walk up straight to Knock, and I just take the bag. Mine.
Oh.
Hey, do you think we can do a session of looking into what Kayala's doing?
Yeah, we can do that. Let's find a. We can use one of the workrooms in the Silver Sage's library. Hold on. And I'll go in there, find a shady spot, and attempt to scry the lady. That is a 17.
Okay. You see her. She is currently sitting down to a meal with 5 other dark elves. The lighting is dim and kind of violet cast from glowing magical sconces around the walls. The room she's in and they're in appears to be made of a black marble with gold veins within it, very similar to the marble that's used to in the surfaces of your teleportation circles that the guild makes. And yeah, they're sitting down to a meal. Not a lot of talking is going on. Kiala herself seems to be a bit lost in thought. At least from the expression on her face. She seems to be contemplating something, and everybody else is being quiet as they eat. Then they're definitely out of respect for her. They're kind of keeping their eyes down. Every once in a while, you see their eyes glance up at her.
Freya is just taking in all the faces of these dark elves as best as she can.
Nock don't know any of them, does he? Except for one.
No, I mean, you've only seen 2 dark elves in your life.
Okay.
And one of them is right there. But they're all female. They're all richly attired, as is Kayala herself. She's wearing different clothes than what you saw when she was out and about, and both in the tower and such like that. What she's wearing now seems to be much more fitting of royalty.
Fancy.
Yes.
How many people in the room aside from Kayala?
There's 4 other people.
Okay.
All female dark elves and all apparently of pretty significant rank, just based on what they're wearing.
Gotcha.
If you could strip all of them bare right now, you probably end up with about 5 chests worth of valuables.
Any information from the beginning of the scry to the end that can help us figure out where this is?
Let's see. At one point, a couple minutes into the scrying, a male dark elf enters the room, and beyond a doorway that he opened temporarily to pass through, you kind of see a volcanic glow. I'll give you that you have seen volcanic glows before, having been in a Malus that had lava and shit like that. But he comes in and basically delivers another entree of food.
No words.
No, he turns and leaves. And then eventually Kayla stops and opens up the top, the tray of food that he brought, and you see it's a female head in there underneath of it. It looks like it's like completely intact, but cooked.
Human?
Yeah. And nobody recognized.
Ooh.
And
I'm sorry.
Kayla says something in Dark Elven.
I think. Can you understand that, Mikhail?
Can I? I've been reading a good deal of Dark Elf text and listening to them speak for a bit.
Give me a knowledge roll here.
Borrow, yes. But not answer.
21. With fear.
She says, daughters, I am uneasy.
I will be translating this out loud.
I know I've been silent here for a while, but something is not sitting well with me. It has come to my attention that one person of note has died. A human who in part served me, Ragnar. And things are a bit up in the air right now. I want you all to pay very close attention to anything your black daggers report to you. I know that it's going to mean that our presence is going to be much more visible on the surface, but it's time to get a little proactive. Things are happening. There are definitely parties and entities in play now that weren't in the previous years. Especially for someone like Ragnar to fall. As much as I disliked him, he was a significant person among the surface world. So do find out whatever you can. And in the meantime, enjoy her. She was one of my favorite little slaves. And they go back. They commence eating, slicing into her cheeks.
Ask Mikhail, how long does this last?
The scry? Probably until, since I did it on her, usually scrying magic lasts, I'm not terribly familiar with divination spells.
A minute?
Maybe an hour?
Hour?
And how long have we been watching them for? 20 minutes?
About 20 minutes, and Mikhail, you are starting to feel a bit of a strain on you as the minutes roll by. It is costing you some concentration and strain. Probably with too much more time of this, it'll start costing you stress.
So Mikhail says, it feels like the book is relying on me to provide power to the spell, which means that I need to maintain my concentration instead of the spell having a set time. So I doubt it has a timer, but it's dependent on how long I can maintain it. and it's starting to become
A little difficult.
a little difficult.
I'll
Are you satisfied?
I just want to try something. We are close to need to take a rest. Is that right?
I close to need to stop the spell.
Let me try this, and I just want to try and see if I can assist in some way by putting my essence, I guess. I don't know how to explain it, but like, my connection chain, what powers my unstoppable, etc. To see if I can assist him in maintaining the spell if we ever need to keep things going for a longer time.
You kind of tap into that. Give me a strength check.
Not terrible. That is a 19.
You don't feel that you're connecting to it. You sense that it's possible, probably, maybe, at the outset, at the beginning, but
not
right now,
into it.
right now, joining in, trying to join in and trying to share some of your vital energies isn't doing anything.
Okay. I'll release my hand from your shoulder and say, you can drop the spell. I think if we need to watch someone for some time, we can split the burden at the beginning, the outset.
Mikhail will release the spell, and the book will go back into its regular form.
Yeah, it closes back up.
He slips it into his bag and sort of slumps a little bit. It's like focusing really hard on a particular page, and he's getting a bit of a headache. And
it didn't seem to be requiring your focus as much as it was just tapping into your reserves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you were able to translate her Dark Elven and do simple things while you were doing this, but so
I have a feeling it's like every 30 minutes is a stress.
Yeah, you got a feeling that if you had gone on for 10 more minutes or so, it might have caused you a stress.
Okay.
Well, that was certainly helpful. We know that they're trying to kick up more information gathering. But we can probably even make use of that if we have... And I'm going to stop talking.
Not go tell guild, yes?
I just be careful. I say get false information spreading if possible. And I'm going to talk to Neron, and we should talk to Neron and his secretary. Maybe we can spread false rumors about what happened to Ragnar or something. I know that we've already kind of had that knowledge spilled or released, but maybe we can get false information about who killed him or circumstances of his death.
That's highly unlikely at this point.
Well, it wasn't really made... was it made apparent that Neron killed him, or is it just that he died? Or was killed?
I think this was announced, no?
Yeah, no,
it was a whole thing.
It was announced that he was killed,
but not by who or anything.
Yeah, no, it was. You could tell from the way Neron said it, he was taking credit for it, but not in such a way as to exclude you guys. It was more or less kind of what the crowd expected to hear.
Gotcha.
But he didn't say. He never came out and said, "I killed him."
Uh-huh.
He did. He said, "We."
Gotcha.
But he wasn't specific at that time about who else was.
So we
helping
can still
him.
leverage and get the wrong people, false information out there. It's not gonna hurt.
I thought our names and everything was disclosed
For the Riftborn
once the group
for the people that broke the malice. Yes, you're actually highlighted, pointed out. Your bravery and such was singled out, and announce to the crowd.
Okay.
But much less was actually disclosed about the death of Ragnar.
Okay.
So, yes, definitely. Nock disappears back towards the guild
Check, do you
to
still have the bag?
inform. No, Mikhail has it.
No, I'm asking.
Otherwise,
Mikhail,
you never would
we
have.
noticed you disappeared. We're checking for the bag now.
I
Oh yes,
have
the
it
bag
right
is
here.
gone.
Okay, good.
It's empty.
Not has it again, or Knock has it again.
Does it?
Sometime during all this, he's taken it back. No, I have the bag,
Okay.
and I will put the book in the bag.
It is now a bag book.
Book bag,
Ah.
amongst other things.
What do you suppose we do with the weapons? Those lightning guns.
Well, how many did you
We got
grab?
5.
And he starts looking through, like, what? Good. Do we? Well, I mean,
Suppose I should have gotten 6 if we were going to do, like a ship or something. I don't know.
do we need a ship? I don't think we need a ship.
I don't think we need one either, but I just, it'd be pretty cool to have these as cannons rather than cannons.
Well, we could probably make use of one in a mounted situation, like if it was on a wagon or something.
Ooh, what if we attack it to boss?
Oh.
He's about to like deny you, and then he pauses and he thinks. He's like, I mean, yeah, maybe.
What? Yeah, you can mount it on his horns.
No.
They're not too heavy for a healthy person to lug around. But you would need something. It would be nice to have some sort of harness cradle mechanism that would allow you to more properly aim and wield it and fire it.
Okay.
We could
Hear me out. A harness that has 2 of them on either side of boss, and a mechanism that he can bite down on to fire them.
honestly, if they were set up in a saddlebag-like situation, I would think it would be less of a boss would control it, and more of a someone on riding on boss would control it.
On board boss.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that is something to ponder. Yeah.
On a wagon, we could get a full 360. We could put a spinnable sort of platform.
Yeah.
And we did decide that we're not 100% sure on how these nanomachines work or anything, but I do tell you that my Lord Treen is going to reach out to another Treen who's well connected, apparently. Who might be able to find something out about these nanomachines.
Okay. If you say so.
I will let you know when I hear a flame.
Okay.
As an aside this morning, I want to say that at some point a little sparrow lands on Cruz's shoulder and kind of whispers in your ear, and it's not the little cheap sound that the sparrow makes, but it's a fairly resonant male voice. And the voice whispers to you, Cruz, "What is it I can do for you, my son?"
Trying to understand the history of nanotechnology.
I do know that is something that is the technology of the Titans. It is comprised of very small machines which are intelligent to a degree in mass. It's a very peculiar and unique technology.
How could we master it? so we can defeat the Titan?
That I don't know, but I do know that my brother is finding a person that does know something about this, which is why I reach out to you now. You might want to tell your companion that she needs to reach out to my brother Treen. Things are in motion. We are endeavoring to help you. This does pose a threat.
Well,
if their technology is loosed upon the world, it could have very devastating effects.
Yes, that's what I understand. I just want to, I don't know how we can deal with that without understanding it or controlling it.
I don't know myself.
Yep.
This is something that the Titans kept very hidden. In fact, it's only your researches that you have made, your companions and you have made recently, that have helped us to identify what this is. We are all finding out more and learning more.
Yes. Do you know of any great ancient libraries that might have information on this?
No, even the very ancient ones, before magic descended upon Pellon from the sun. I mean, they made guns and gunpowder, and you harnessed the power of heat to move ships, but nothing on the level of this kind of technology.
Oh, okay. We'll have to keep investigating then.
We will find out more, and I know that my brother has some more information for your companion.
Well, thank you. I will pass it on.
Okay. And with that, the bird flies off.
So I got a Twitter for somebody.
You
got a tweet.
You got tweeted?
This just in.
We'll pass that information on.
All right. I'll take that information. I'll go to the nearest. I don't need to do this, but is there a brazier nearby?
Depends. Where are you guys at? Are you in an inn?
I believe we'd be in Neuron's tower if he'd have us.
Okay. Yeah, he can put you up in there. Yeah, you find a brazier.
Okay. I'll go and kneel it. Or I guess maybe he even has a little shrine to Treen, or no? Maybe
no, he doesn't. He has a little shrine to Nixara, that's it.
Okay. In that case, I'll go to the brazier and kneel and give a nice, shot at praying and reaching out to him.
Okay. Give it a roll. You have double advantage because he's expecting your call, as it were.
Okay, double advantage. So that's a lot. 25 plus 4, so 29.
All right. So, my young brother was very forthcoming.
Excellent.
Not my brothers, Aaron and Lord, but my other brother from another mother, as they say.
Of course.
He is familiar with a wizard of sorts. Only she is a practitioner of technology.
See.
Apparently she has done a lot of great things with a similar technology to what the Titans have used.
I realize she's not of this world. Is there any possibility of talking to her?
Yes. She is keen to understand your plight.
What must we do?
If all she asks right now is that I deliver to her your appearance.
Very well.
And she will find you. I would suggest you find someplace private.
Away from Sunstone.
Well, no, not necessarily away from Sunstone, but away from other prying eyes other than your most trusted companions.
Very well. I will go to the room that Nero has provided us before and set up one of his anti-listening devices or whatever they are when she arrives.
Whatever. Just do so, and I would expect her to arrive as soon as you have secured a location.
Oh, okay. I'll thank you for everything. And the
well, thank me later, as they say.
Of course. She'll thank and then get up from her prayer and look back. We need to get somewhere private. Someone's coming to meet us. A very important person who's going to enlighten us. So, come. We need to have a look over, maybe find Neron and secure that room of privacy.
Okay. Yeah, he sets you all up, hands you his amulet, or
I appreciate
activates it, and sets it down on the table.
All right.
And then he leaves, or may I stay? He says.
I trust him. Yes, you may stay. If that's okay with everyone else.
I mean, this kind of his place.
Yeah, it's fair.
Very good. After a few moments, you feel a presence, as if someone's looking at you all. This is kind of it's an overt thing. It's not like a
scry or something.
Yeah, it's not like a scry or anything. You even kind of hear a slight gasp of a youthful feminine voice, and a moment later, standing, a little bit away from you all, a woman appears. She's a black woman, very fit, very thin, slender, but fit. Nothing really noteworthy about her except that she's pretty, and she carries herself with kind of a great deal of elegance that shows she kind of carries herself like Miron carries himself. Somebody who's been around a long time.
How did she get in?
I'm not sure, considering where she came from.
I've come from a long ways away, she says. My name is Abigail Danson.
Hi. I'm not.
I am
this one important, yes?
Well, it's come to my attention that you have a problem with Titans, and that they have a technology that I'm familiar with.
You want to get out one of those.
And this is and that it is a danger.
Well, I'll look over at Mikhail. We have some technology from them with us here. And I'll look over at him.
Yeah, we have the guns.
Yes.
Put one of them out on the table.
She looks at it, picks it up, handles it. The weight of it seems to be very negligible for her. She kind of gives a little snort. It's somewhat primitive, but functional.
Primitive? That.
Oh, she kind of looks you all up and down again. Not primitive to you all. It's fairly advanced, I should say. But for what it does, something this size could be made. Oh, I don't know, much smaller. In any case, so do you have an example of any of these small machines?
Nocturne Sui Cosme.
Cosme beholding a large stack of rations. Oh, yes, 1 second, and I'll put it down. He'll ask for a parchment, and a Cosme will sketch out what he saw, or what he talked to back at the Titan Tower.
Oh, okay. She kind of looks up into the space around her and says, "Find me some of these, would you, dear?" And you hear a female voice again, the one that kind of gasped out of like the nothingness around, says, "I'm on it."
Who's that?
One of my goddaughters, as you would say. Not a daughter of blood, but a goddaughter. She is gifted with sight. She is the one that saw you and guided me here.
If it's of any help, there is a massive tower of them in that direction. And I'll point towards the tower.
About a moment later, a glass jar appears on the table, and it's full of the black tar that you kind of saw in one of the vats. She kind of picks it up before any of you can reach for it. She was expecting it. She says, this is the stuff. All right. Yes, we had run-ins with Titans in my universe as well. It was not pretty. You could say that one in particular preyed upon mankind for most of mankind's history.
So you also have same problem?
What is that?
You also have same problem?
We had a similar problem from what your Lord Treen has told me. The Titan influence here was for several thousand years, and it was much different than what the Titans in my universe. I would say if there was anything separating the two, the Titans in my universe at that time were more religious zealots. Here, these Titans seem to be much more warlike and had evolutionary goals. Judging on the state that I've heard that several of the survivors were in.
Is there anything that can be done for them?
I would have to examine some, but more than likely, something could be done.
She'll just nod at that.
Oh,
We have magics and technologies, and she holds up the jar as a case in point, that could recreate the portions of their bodies that are no longer flesh.
I'm sure that would be of great easing of their minds.
Possibly. It has to be looked into more. But in
Of
any
course.
case, she examines the stuff for a little bit. She gets out like what looks like a pair of really kind of thick glasses, eyewear. Puts them on, dips a small like toothpick into the stuff and holds it up in front of her face. Okay. These are just generic, made to form their metal. Okay, got it. But it does have their fingerprint, as it were, on them. There is a trace of magic.
One thing of note, there is a dark elf who seems to be able to control these in some way.
We can't have that. I take it dark elves here are just as universally bad as everywhere else.
oh, they're always bad?
Usually, I suppose, but there is the one that we met.
Not always. Not always. Not. I should rephrase that. They're not intrinsically bad. We've actually had good results with one world in particular where we had to deal with the survivors.
Oh,
They were a threat to my own universe, this world, in another universe, I might say. Sorry if this gets a little confusing to you all, but there are many, countless universes.
Oh.
I happen to be a librarian at what is called the Nexus, which is a place that many universes send scholars and beings to share information.
Look
oh,
over at Mikhail.
like Mikhail.
Maybe you go visit that place sometime.
Yes, I'm assuming if anyone's known that it's you, Mikhail.
That's
It's not a term you've heard before, but
She said library, so that's what I'm leaning on.
oh yeah. Okay. She opens up a bag she's got with her, and she pulls out several kind of gold piece sized discs of a kind of a dull silver metal.
Mhm.
She goes, "These are standard devices that we use, my godddaughters and I, use to protect us from a lot of nanomachines and stuff. I think we could go with this and possibly an added enchantment here, because I see that these have a trace of magic on them." Yes, I see. And let me see if I can get this all correct. She spreads them out on the table before her and kind of rummages through her bag and finds a little book, and she reads it. And at one point she looks up and says, "Really should have sent my daughter here, one of my other goddaughters, Samira. But in a pinch, I'll do, I guess." And she casts an enchantment over these things. It's a brief spell, but they all glow for a moment. And then she says, now, if each of you would touch one of these, it'll do its thing. Don't worry before you move. Don't worry, they will dissolve when you touch them. They're made of their own nanomachines. They will spread across the surface of your body to various points, and they will create a field which will make it so that other nanomachines will not be able to function.
Okay. I trust you. I'll remove my glove and touch the closest one.
I guess your society here really doesn't have a saying for not taking nanomachines from strangers, but I introduced myself, so I'm not a stranger, right?
You had one hell of a introducer, for me at least.
Yes? No? I don't know. But Lord Neron will kill you, so it's okay. Right?
Why do we have to mention killing people?
What? It's what we do.
No, not necessarily, but I mean, that is what I do.
Yes, it's what we do.
Whatever. Just casually threatening people isn't always a good idea,
No, I just say.
That's what she did, though. I've already touched the coin at this point.
Okay, yeah, you touch it, and it just dissolves on contact with your flesh. You feel a slight tingle, but that's it.
Okay. Seems safe.
And yeah, after a moment, she watches you, and then she's still got the kind of like the little special spectacles she was wearing on. And she nods and takes them off, and she says, "Okay, they're in place. They'll be permanent now." And all they do is project a field that keeps other nanomachines and their specific magic from working near you. It'll disable them.
Will it affect these guns?
No, those guns are machines. Now, they were made from these nanomachines, but
not made of.
They've already, they're already completed.
Okay.
This is to prevent the intrusion of hostile nanomachines into your bodies.
Oh, okay.
This will help immensely.
Sure, we'll catch her off guard if she tries to do that.
Nock touches one of these things as well.
That's why
I can't prepare a prevention for everybody in this world, but this will help you and make it so that whoever this person is that's causing this problem, you're better armed to face them.
Is there anything we should know about how someone like her might wield these and still be an issue for us?
Unfortunately, I mean, it's impossible to say. They could be in the air. They could be on something you touch. They could be in something you eat or drink.
Really?
Oh.
I get you.
They could be in anything, kind of like they're very small, and as you see, those discs, when they dissolved, they just broke up into their individual machines when you touch them, and they quickly vanished because individually they're too small to see. She kind of holds up the glasses and she says, "These kind of show me the energy of them, so that I can see them as they course along your body
Oh.
and go to where they're supposed to go.
Huh. I'm looking over at Mikhail. What? You haven't said anything this whole time.
Yes, you're smart one. What happened now?
I don't know. This is starting to make my brain start to implode all this technology stuff.
Oh, it's okay. Just do like what not do, not think.
I mean, I don't know. It
It's
is
a lot to take in.
Yeah.
But
Well,
if-
you don't have to worry about it now. I'm sure that this will do its thing.
Yeah.
to
See,
keep you
kind
safe.
ladies already tell us everything.
yes,
It's good.
you're an ally to us, so I'm sure that whatever information there is here, you'll share with. If not now.
I'm curious if you have any ideas on. You said you had Titans on your world. Did they construct a similar tower?
No.
Ooh,
No, essentially they coerced a dragon into creating its own version of hell. And they used that to imprison the dragon
yes.
and feed it the people of Earth that they didn't like.
Okay. I was asking because there is a master code or something that is protecting the tower from alterations.
Oh yes, maybe kind lady also know that one.
Oh, I mean, maybe a way to find out what it is.
Oh,
Because remember, she's very far removed from this world.
she here now.
Yeah, she could leave anytime she wants, I assume. She's also
But
right
not
in
just
front
yet.
of us.
Have to take her to tower first, and then maybe she give us answers.
It's up to her.
Maybe.
Well, she kind of nods at Mikhail and says, well, I can see that your friend there, this is hurting his head. Anything you unlock in that tower, if the Titans made it, is going to hurt his head even more.
I'm not saying it's just a lot to process, that's all. I want to get more solid information. And I feel like the best place for us to get solid information about our Titans and our Titan locations is those Titan bases that exist.
Mhm.
Yes,
And
need to go
finding,
there too.
we have a base access, I believe, is what you called it, right?
Right.
And there's this master code that can override most of those restrictions, but we don't have any idea other than it might be out in those towers, but I'm not entirely sure what to do to maybe find out what that is.
Well, if it's really important to you, I could try to find out what that is for you. I should warn you, though, that Titans aren't people. They aren't beings that you can reason with and expect any answer that isn't alien.
What they want. Something always wants something, yes?
Yes, but trying to figure out what a Titan wants is very alien to a being of flesh and blood like you and I are.
Oh,
I understand. It's like trying to reason with Malai creatures. It's not possible.
I mean, it kinda was.
No, that was delusion. They spoke, but they were not going to listen to reason in any capacity.
But I can do some research for you on your behalf if you wish,
I'm okay with that.
and see what I can find out. My main concern was to provide you with a means of safety versus an attack from this person that has these at their disposal.
Oh, Bo's got one, right?
You got what now?
One of the coins.
I think so. Oh yeah, I could probably just run down and just tap it on his head real quick.
Just so that he's protected too, because he's going to be with us.
Yeah, for sure.
But it might not gel well with cow physiology. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. He's handled a lot more than this before. I'm sure he can handle it.
Okay. Oh, okay. So we met Abigail Dancer.
Dancing.
With this protection, I definitely appreciated that again. You and your goddaughters have my things.
Well, I know. We understand that this kind of technology, this is a force that can be devastating. I've seen entire worlds wiped out by it.
Oh.
There is something.
There are records of civilizations wiping themselves out at many eras in their development.
If the Titans are responsible for these machines, what is... I look up at the sky and I don't know what time it is. I guess we're in a room, so I can't really look at the sky, but I just look up and then I look back down and like, this... Did you get any information about the rift that we have in our sky that creates these Malai?
What this one called again? Yes?
Abigail is her name.
No. The, Lord of Chaos, yes?
Yeah, I'm mostly asking if she has been briefed on that information.
I've been told a little. This is a problem for Pellon.
You say that worlds were destroyed by this technology, and that just made me think that maybe this Malai is related to it. But there's apparently a god of chaos that's behind it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
We'll have to ask more questions.
I don't know if you should just tell anybody about any of this.
Well, no, not just anybody, obviously.
It sounds like I have more work cut out for me. That's all right.
I apologize. I just
I'll stretch out put some feelers out there. I think with my goddaughters and I, we should be able to find out what's going on here.
It'd be a great help. And if there's anything we can do for you as, inhabitants of this world, then please, have to reach us.
My greatest fear, though, is to trivialize things for you. I know that you've put in a lot of blood and sweat into the tasks that you have done.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I don't plan on just handing the reins over to you. I have very many reasons to ensure that we take care of this issue ourselves. But information, at the very least, is going to be vital. So
information is very key. I'll do what I can. And she hands down a little device, hands out a little device to, puts it on the table. It's kind of another wafer shaped, a little bit bigger than what you had before. And she says, I'm not officially a deity. You can't just whisper my name and I'll hear it.
Oh.
But you can contact me through this. If you just hold it, squeeze it, and I'll get an alert that you need me. In the meantime, I'll send. I'll get the family mobilized to see if we can find out some information safely.
Oh, you too have guild. I see.
Yeah, she said she was from something called the Nexus. And she has a family of goddaughters.
Oh.
Well, I have no children of my own, but I'm essentially one of the adopted mother of a group of daughters who you could call deities. They certainly are deities for my world, my home of origin.
And what is your world called?
The name of it's Earth, but I've also heard that I'm also very familiar with a lot of the multiverse, and there are a lot of Earths out there. So, but essentially, Earth is a world without magic until my goddaughters and my godson arose. And they, with my help and the help of a friend of mine from another world called Voralon, a great sorceress there, who is as much of a genius with sorcery and magic as I am with magic, concocted a plan to help things along. But in any case, it's a very long story. I'm sure it would bore you to tears.
No.
And probably make Mikhail's head explode.
Oh,
But,
it's okay. We put them back together, right?
Well, I mean, who are the gods that you have here? The new gods.
I'll list them off.
Okay. Now, they were mortal beings before they became gods, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. This is typical. This is essentially what happens. This is a lot of what I keep track of in the Nexus. And it took a great deal of magical energy, probably harnessed by both Elara, your son, and the Lords of Balance, to kind of push them over the edge from being mortals to becoming gods.
And then Nock would look over to Lord Neron and goes, "Is that what happens?"
That's what happened. Yes, he nods.
Oh.
Yes. They were all brothers and sisters of mine. They are all brothers and sisters of mine, and we were raised and trained together. Some of us at different periods of time, but we were all together while we were mortals, or while they were mortals, I should say. I chose to retain my mortality and not move with them into their next role. But it did take a great deal of energy for that to happen. And Abigail nods and says, yes, it's very similar all the way around. Now, sometimes that energy is created purely with magic, and sometimes that energy can be created in other ways. In the case of my goddaughters, my family, as it were, that energy was created with their spirits and technology. But their spirits were such that they were able to, over time, gradually gain the power that they needed to be, to all extents and purposes, gods. Now, they are immortal for various reasons, but they're not gods as the gods here are.
A different
now,
thing.
It's a different thing. Now, the gods here, like your Nyxara, for example, she's no longer a physical being. She is a spirit. She can manifest a physical being, but killing that physical being, if someone were to try to kill it, wouldn't destroy her. It would simply destroy a physical manifestation of her, as if you were to shape a ball of clay into a likeness of yourself and then have somebody step on it. It wouldn't hurt you in any way. It would just simply destroy the piece of artwork that you've been creating. But so there are many ways that this can all happen, and I must say that in the case of my daughters, it is a unique method that was chosen, and it took a combination of magic and stuff. So they'll be helping. They'll be helping me here. You've already seen or heard one of them, the one that brought me here. Her name is Andromeda. She is able to move things over great distances and to see things. And I think I will also bring one of my other daughters here, Samira. She is incredibly smart. Smarter than I am.
No, not smarter than our Mikhail, though.
So
I would imagine Mikhail is a very brilliant man, and you are blessed to have him as a companion and someone that can help you in this.
Mikhail sort of folds his arms over his chest and leans back, looking like looking just weirded out about all that.
So you are to just get this clear. You are like Neuron, but in a bit different circumstances.
Oh, I don't have anywhere near the type of power that my daughters wield. I am simply, on my world, referred to as a hyper-intellect. There was... Remember that dragon I told you about? The Titans enslaved. Well, this dragon dreamed, and the dragon's dreams were able to manifest reality. Dragons are incredibly powerful beings spiritually. At least these dragons. And from what I hear, she was the mate of the dragon that was here upon this world.
Looks over to everyone here.
Yes. But in any case, the Titan controlling her used her to
make hell.
What?
Did you say that they used her to make hell earlier? Or am I thinking of something else?
No. Yes, make hell. I thought you were saying Mikhail.
Oh, yeah,
no. I was wondering, like, what?
No, make hell.
Yeah. But in essence, she transformed a lot of people of my world into very powerful people. And I was lucky enough to gain my intelligence from that event. But in any case, that was many years ago. Don't ask a woman how old she is. Thank you. But I'm very curious about what's going on here, and we will try to help provide you with some information, etc. But just be careful. Anybody that has this kind of technology that I have just protected you against is also a very formidable person if they use it at all for bad ends.
Oh, we're aware that this person is someone to be wary of.
And if she has used this technology to alter herself in any way, she may be a very dangerous opponent.
I believe
How
that
to
she
change
has,
this?
because from the notes that we have, she apparently made some sort of thing that this guy ate. His name is Warlord Zane, and it changed him in a positive way. Apparently, I assume she did the same for herself.
Yes. Well, do you have a way to know where she's at?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes, we do. I show her the book.
Ta-da.
It's a very powerful scrying device.
Ta-da.
You want to try the thing I thought of earlier, Mikhail?
I suppose.
Let's tag team this.
All right,
Oh, wait. Before you try here. And then I'll
him the
hands
dagger.
over the dagger. Yeah.
and okay.
I use my skill hook for this.
All right, so I will pull the book out. I will think of our good drow friend. And so with 2 points more, I'm looking at a... So that'd be 19.
I got a 19 on the roll.
Okay. You're good. Let's see. I'm going to have to make a table for this, since you're going to be checking her out often. Oh, she's in the bath.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah, she's naked in a steaming pool of water.
I close that down right away.
No, I keep the book
spreading
open.
putting oils on her skin. It looks.
I'm not here to
totally, fine and unwrinkled.
We need to show her what's going on. And
you are. Abigail's watching. And she looks up at one point and she says, "Are you seeing this, Andromeda?" And you hear the
parts
voice
Nock
again.
doesn't recognize. Is this okay?
I see it. Okay.
Good.
See it. See
Okay.
what?
Well, this will allow my daughter to keep tabs on her.
Perfect.
Oh.
All right, now you can close it, Mikhail.
I see.
Now he closes it.
Oh.
Well, she definitely looked like a healthy specimen.
From how much we've scryed on her, do we know at the very least if she's left-handed or right-handed?
Was she eating with her right hand, left hand?
Good question. Give me a roll. Give me an instinct check on that one.
No.
I see.
Go for it.
That is a plus 0.
Left hand, right hand rule. If it's a crit, she's
Left hand,
ambidextrous.
That's not good at all. That means
hang on. I know what she is. I'm just
Uh-huh.
asking for the roll to see if you have observed enough to tell
Okay.
what she is.
now the whole reason for this chaotic question at first is because if we are to disarm her, I would like to know which hand that needs to be disarmed for the best possible outcome.
I got you.
Her hand at the end of her arm.
Or that. I am stuck, apparently. Let's see. Go back to main menu. Begin.
Into the beginning.
I'm still waiting for adventure to begin, so.
You're here. I don't know why.
Oh, you got knocked out of the game, out of Tailspire?
Knock was knocked out of the game, yes.
Oh, yeah. Well, Knock right now says it's owned by Zyth, so he's not here.
No.
Not death list.
And now there's a Knock death list.
But yeah, it's just spinning for me.
Uh-oh.
Let's go to a different board and see if that helps. Let's go to
Okay.
Somebody.
Do I have to, like... Oh, there you go. The ocean changed.
Can you roll now?
No, still waiting for the adventure to begin.
Uh-oh.
I'll,
Now you're out.
I'll roll for you since we're having some trouble.
Yeah.
7 and a 9, 16 total on the dice. Plus your
What's your instinct, Knock?
That is a 0, so 16.
You've kind of seen her using both hands. More than likely, she's right-handed.
So we need to take off right arm for best results.
Okay. If you're able to remove her arm.
Oh, this easy with new knife, yes.
Okay. All right. So, game plan. We have the excellent advantage of Abigail here.
Yes.
And I look over towards Neron. We learned that the Black Daggers are sending out more feelers and are trying to gain more information on Ragnar's death. Perhaps you can use that to spread false information that could help us in some way or something. I'm not sure.
I not need to also tell Gil to do this. Many more people to tell.
Of course. You do what you gotta do, Knock.
Knock disappears.
All right.
Well, I'll let Farala know. She should be able to cook up something that might help obscure the facts, as it were, a little bit.
Anything to help. You know, any bad information is good information for them to have for us. In any case, we have that taken care of. He's gonna go tell his guild. Mikhail, what other projects do you have left to do?
I still have to work on a Cosme's thing.
Okay, we'll get that finished up for you. Then we need to look into which.
Does Cosme want to do anything?
Yeah, Cosme looks to you and goes, I have some things I should take care of before we move on, but they won't take too much time, I don't think.
How long do you think your project will take? Another day and a half? Okay.
Oh, my project?
Yeah.
A week.
2 more days.
Okay.
Close
Let's set a date of 1 week while we're here in Sunstone to get things done.
That's fine by me.
Okay. I need to. Go ahead.
Abigail, before you go, my people have been. We've, like many others, suffered quite a bit from the Titans, and I was simply curious if this has been a fear that has been dissuaded recently, but it doesn't hurt to have more assurance. But in your world, my kind, we're not like the Darkblades, are we? Correct?
In my world, your kind didn't ever exist. Only humans lived on my world.
What? No giants?
Well, some humans grew to giant proportions, but no.
There might as well be giants.
No giants. As I said, my world was a stranger to magic, and they are still making a very slow, gradual transition to it. Most people don't even know it exists yet. I can only imagine the hardships that various races have to go through when humans alone are capable of discriminating upon each other to the point of genocide. So,
are you saying humans fought each other just because of slight differences?
Oh yes.
Ugh. I'm sorry to
hear that. I can only imagine that in a lot of the worlds that I have seen, where there is a mix of races, the more that those races the longer the mix of races survives, the sooner that either the world or the star that they orbit can raise into sentience. Now, one of the other things that I'm going to look at here with my sisters is to kind of assess the state that Pellon is in and the trials and tribulations that its latent spirit has endured, and kind of give an assessment to the Lords of Balance here as to what sort of energies and time we're looking at before, and if it's possible for Pellon himself to awaken to sentience. I know that with the help with Elara here, that is a great boon in this instance. But
okay.
And of course, if Pellon can awake to sentience, that means that this universe would be well on its way to ascending to a higher state, which is something that the gods all wish for and work towards.
Hopefully it's in our lifetime.
Well, if my kind don't exist anywhere else, then hopefully
I'm just saying that they didn't exist on my world. They do exist on a variety of worlds. All the races that make up Pellon originally existed individually in their own worlds. The gods, the primordial beings that we refer to as the Celestials, those that seeded the worlds, seeded Pellon with life, they pick and choose the communities and the races to try to create a good balance, as it were, but also to try to keep that balance so that things are in check, as it were. And one of their first actions that they do once magic comes is raise up the Lords of Balance for that world, whose job is to ensure that there isn't widespread war and genocide, to keep those races intact. And again, this kind of works at odds at sometimes, because there will still be wars and there still will be factions and fighting and things like that. But these are all things that the worlds need, as well as the love and the good feelings. They need those feelings. If I recall right from the brief history of Pellon that I was given, Elara rose to sentience after a great many millennia of trials and strife and big events happening on this world.
Well,
so the Lords of Balance, she kind of gives herself gives a nod and does a kind of a virtual tip of the hat to. They work very hard, tirelessly, to see that the world is, and in this case, the sun, Elara, is fueled by the emotions of the people upon the world.
I see.
all
Right.
right.
I have hope for my kind then.
Of course.
Oh, indeed. With the Titans no longer here, the threat of genocide is very distant. Considering that if such a thing were at risk, well, the Lords of Balance would reach out to anybody they could for aid. Unfortunately, my sisters and I, or my daughters and I, weren't available at the time in which the Titans invaded and nearly wiped out many races. But they hung on by a thread, and that's good.
Perseverance is a virtue to many of the people around the world.
But one of the things that my daughters and I do is prevent such catastrophes from happening. Which is why I came to give you these tools. And my daughters and I will render what aid we can. Unfortunately, because of the nature of the multiverse, this was only recently brought to my attention through the mouths of two different Lord Treens, as it were. You're very fortunate that the Lord Treen you have is someone you can speak to as a rational being. In many universes, the Lord Treens are simply demonic entities of rage.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Well, yeah, no, we're lucky to have Train, if that's the case. I guess our Train.
Your Treen.
And
Now,
this
I've been in
other
one world in particular. I do go on, I'm sorry. But one world in particular, all the Lords of Balance except the one had been killed. Amazingly. Yeah, he basically destroyed all of the other worshippers that worshipped any of the other Lords of Balance besides him, weakening them. And then he essentially devoured them. Their spirits.
And Then?
Well, then nothing. My daughters, in order to prevent a genocide, because he was then setting his eyes upon my world and would have destroyed everything on there to feed his own and to feed his people. My daughters struck first.
I assume we were successful.
Yes.
Good.
We were successful. We weakened him. We weakened his people. Basically set them back to the Stone Age. And it's been a project of ours for the last couple hundred years to bring those survivors back up to a level and educate them to be decent people.
Right.
One of the things we found out doing that is the Lords of Balance that were devoured by their brother still existed. And they are starting, their spirits have started to awaken. Again, it's a long period, it's a long time, but every universe is different, and we have to do different things to make sure that life endures.
Well, certainly appreciate your help and the
Yes.
coming help.
I haven't found comfort like this in quite a long time, and you've given us that, and for that I'm grateful.
Oh. You're welcome. I have got nothing on one of my other daughters, but if this is giving you comfort, that's wonderful. With that, I bid you adieu for now, and you're welcome to reach out to me and let me know what else you need and what if anything, you have found out. I'll get to work on this, on the things that you've set me, the tasks you've set before me.
All right, I think that ends our meeting.
And
I
she,
suppose.
with that, she kind of she gives a click of her heels, right? And then she giggles and kind of looks up. That meant I'm ready. There's another.
I'm ready.
There's another. Disembodied giggle, and she vanishes.
Oh,
She was certainly
Lord Neron,
Her name
during
was-
that entire thing.
Neron is just shaking his head, going, "Well, that was a very different individual. I can't. I can only imagine that her daughters are even stranger."
Well, one of them
Honestly.
could just move and do things that. I guess Andromeda was her name.
Honestly, it was kind of a good different, if I'm honest.
I know that it's, from the sounds of it, they're a family, and I think that's what really ties my brothers and sisters together well, is that the amount of time that we all spent training and learning together did form us into a family.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing. I have a high amount of confidence that these beings will help serve Pellon well.
yeah. And it seems they're looking into even awakening Pellon. Which,
Well, that's news to me, but she was forthcoming with a lot of details. She's strangely not as close-lipped as the gods themselves are.
maybe that's a benefit of not being one.
Honestly, Cosme is kind of taken. Cosme is like gleaming from that conversation. Honestly, that's quite refreshing from what little I've learned of the world so far.
All I can say about it, and this is one of the reasons why I chose to remain immortal, is that once you take up that mantle and become a spiritual being, you now have to obey a new set of rules.
No more rules?
That I didn't care for too much.
Yeah, I can understand that. Well, we've got a lot of work to do.
Mikhail is still like
Maybe we can get her like
just
maybe like a book or something on like the basics of some sciences from her world. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
I'd certainly assist with that.
Theoretical physics and string theory? Yes.
What's on my best?
do not give
Monkey
me
face.
ideas.
Too late. Pandora's box is opened.
Mikhail is like, he's not fully there. He is so just speechless about all this.
It's like, what is it, like a 15th century peasant talking to some nuclear scientist or something?
Yeah.
She did a really good job dumbing down the language.
Yeah, but you know what I mean, though, right?
Yeah.
Well, the reason why he's just like multiverse theory.
Right.
Oh
is-
yeah. She didn't hold any punches with that one either.
No.
Honestly, Ikozme is kind of the opposite of Mikhail right now. Ikozme's stoked with everything that he's kind of learned so far.
Oh, Mikhail's plenty stoked. He's just like, holy shit! What is all this? There's so much.
Let's get
It's gonna
to it.
take a minute for him to fully compute all of it.
No, that is definitely... And all this because I decided to, to pray. You should think about doing that sometime.
Uh-huh.
Speaking of prayer,
We need a
I have
paladin.
I have I have a favor to ask, if that's all right,
To who?
for myself.
Oh, for yourself. Okay.
Would it be all right if I hung on to that, what she gave you?
Oh, that wafer?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. I don't know if she gave it to
Uh-huh.
anyone specifically, but yeah.
No, she just set it down on the table in front of you
Okay.
guys.
Ikozme will take it and look it over. I have a strange relationship with the gods. We were as I've told you before, we've only recently been brought back into
Cheers.
the world, and the
Okay. See you later.
new gods, we've only really ever. There may be new gods, but my people are fairly unfamiliar with them, and mine as well. With these, they seem so distant, but with her and her daughters, it seemed not as intimidating.
Well,
Not
I mean, Neron's like
Hmm.
family with the new gods, so I mean,
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
true. I mean, I bet even he will admit, at that point, as you say that, it's like, yes, they're different now. I mean, I still love them, and I do consider them brothers and sisters of mine.
but there's a certain veil.
But there's now things that they don't tell me. We were all growing up, training partially at times under the eyes of the great dragon. At that time, it was us against the world. I mean, it was us against everybody. We came from a background where we had to fight. We had to strengthen ourselves, our abilities, almost beyond normal levels
Yeah.
to please that dragon. That is what he expected of us. Anything else was disappointing to him. He was not, he was not, in no way was he a father figure or anything. He was essentially another god standing before us. And unlike having Abigail Danson standing before me, where I could see that she was a very powerful person and incredibly smart, and she has a lot of connections. The dragon was simply power incarnate. If that makes sense. Rather than being someone that you could sit down as we were just doing and have a conversation with.
That's
so
kind
it
of
was
the
it was refreshing for me to be able to speak with her and hear her and listen to so much of her story. She definitely had a tendency to want to talk, and I wasn't inclined to interrupt her since everything that came out of her mouth was a new bit of information.
But yeah, that's essentially the struggle I've had re-entering the world, and I feel with this new pantheon, it serves more to my beliefs.
No, by all means, they're here to help if they can help, which I have no doubt that they can't. It looks like they already have helped. In the terms of these, he kind of holds up his arm, kind of looks at his skin like he could somehow see the machines. But with this, that does give us some armor to use.
Well, I have a lot of work to do.
Yes. And we can spend a week, maybe even more if we need to. So take your time, get your rest, eat your food. Don't kill yourself over this.
Eat your snacks.
Yes. I am going to finally deliver the gift I have prepared for my sister.
After some delay.
Yes. And I will excuse myself. Any of you are welcome to join if you'd wish. She says that and continues to leave.
All right. I'm gonna head out because I'm feeling kind of tired.
Yep, we are at 4 hours exactly.
Yep. I feel like this is a good point to put a halt.
All righty.
All right. Take care, guys.
Take care.
Yeah, see you, man.
See you guys later.
Much world building has occurred.
Yeah, that was oddly convenient because when you guys were doing all those god stuff, I'm like, Cosme doesn't really believe in a lot of the new gods, and then we found a new pantheon, and Cosme is like, ooh.
Yeah, I hope I defined them well enough that you understood they're like troubleshooters.
Yeah.
Multiverse troubleshooters.
Yeah.
That's honestly what Cosmic Meta needs right now, because he's like, I don't know if I'm doing, I don't know what to do. He's trying to do the best he can for his people, and they seem like the kind of people that would help him on that.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna, if you don't mind, since we can save time for next time, I'll head over to Ingrid.
Okay.
I'll keep this recorded in case anybody wants to go back. But...
Yeah, I'll stick around for this.
Yeah. Ingrid greets you with a hug.
sister, I've come across something very important to both of us. More so, I think would be best left in your hands. And I'll unsheath I'll take the whole axe with the sheath on it, and it matches her, her getup. This is Father's axe. I found it in Ragnar's lair.
The bastard kept this as a trophy?
Unfortunately, and in a way, fortunately.
She kind of holds it and feels its weight and closes her eyes as she just tries to imagine her father holding it. It's no stretch. It's a big ass axe.
Mm-hmm. I think you'd make very good use of it. I've been blessed with this sword here, and she kind of gestures to it. It will keep me alive for quite some time. I'll be honest, if I am to die with this sword, it's likely that I will come back as someone else, if it happens enough. I just want you to be aware of this. But
kind of knits her brow at you. What do you mean, come back as someone else?
So it was explained to me that this sword here, when in instance where I may die, or would have, it will share some of that burden by taking part of my spirit, my soul, and implanting it into the sword, and then the sword becomes awakened? It hasn't happened yet, so I don't know what exactly will happen. And trust me, I'll do my absolute best to never have it happen. But it is good to know that there is a reassurance that in the case I would have died, I get to keep going and help protect more people. But apparently, if it happens enough that my soul is imbued into this sword, the persona becomes me and takes over my body. If this happens and I need to talk to them, I will make sure or do my best that if that does come to pass, they carry on some of my intentions. But trust me, it's not something I'm expecting to happen.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, dying is a risk that we all share. I mean, you especially, but me as well. Once I step out into the world, and I'm probably only a few months away from finishing my training, but I don't know what happens then, other than that, I may be called upon to go to a Malus or defeat, a problem.
Trust me,
that rears its head.
If there is any sort of problem that you will be involved in, I'll have Nero let me know. And especially if it's a Malus, I'm certainly going to be going there. But there is a lot of things going on in the world at the moment, and I'm going to do whatever I can, along with my friends, that to keep these problems from being a problem, as it were.
Well, good. I mean,
I just
that's
wanted
good.
you to know the circumstance of this sword. I will make sure.
So you're saying that instead of dying, should you die, a little bit of your soul will go into the sword?
Yes. It won't happen immediately. But it does mean that it will eventually happen, I suppose, if I continue to die, which shouldn't happen, because apparently it'll completely heal me in that event.
Well, I guess if the alternative is you being gone forever,
it will
that
extend.
Having some of you around is good.
Tell me, okay, you don't have to tell me, but I have a feeling that this happens at least 9 times before something bad happens. 9 lives.
Oh, yeah. No, there's not necessarily a cat thing to it.
Okay, that would have been funny, though. You could make the persona in it like a cat person or something. I don't know.
Oh, I've already got the persona all picked out.
Oh, perfect. But any case, Ingrid, I wanted you to have that axe because it was our father's, and it's a very good axe. And with that, I would feel more comfortable with you having it.
Yeah, I mean, I've done some axe work. I was mostly training with a sword, but this is.
I can say
I'll shift my studies to learning how to fully wield this in honor of our father.
you can do it. I know you can, because up until I had this blade, I mastered the axe, so it's possible. But I do rely on brute strength more than anything, so. You know me, big muscle.
Well, she gives you another hug and she says, I'm so glad you were able to recover this. There's already, in among the other trainees and such, in the few, what has it been? Barely over a week now, or maybe 2 weeks, a little over 2 weeks since he's been dead, that there's just a collective sigh of relief that there's one less great evil in this world, especially one who made his presence felt here in Sunstone more than any other, with his feud with Lord Neron.
Mm-hmm.
But all I can tell you is that what you did in helping to kill him, it's changing the lives of people here.
Yeah. You do see this, right? And I kind of tap my shoulder with the skull on it.
Oh, you keep a little memento of him around you always, huh?
Yeah, I'm the one that took his head. Neron did most of the work, I won't lie. Was me. And I made sure he knew who I was and what his actions wrought.
Yeah, I think you told me that before, so yeah.
I know. It's just like I feel like I haven't though, for some reason.
No, you did a good thing. I know that vengeance isn't high on Lord Aaron's list. But who in this world can go through their lives without crying out for vengeance over someone's misdeed, let alone someone who actively plotted to hurt you and your family? So I must kind of bow my head to Lord Treen in this matter, that it's something that we all need at some point or another. I know that in my heart, all I have felt is joy and a sense of release. And I think partially it's the spirit of mother and father being avenged and thereby released the hold that anger had on you. Well, it transformed your life, and I can't deny that the anger I had over having parents whose faces I could barely remember taken from me, and the life that brought on, I can't help but say the same thing, that I felt their loss, even though I barely knew them. I felt a need for vengeance. I felt a need to strike back at the person who, out of spite, and spite being his only motivation, took them from us.
Mhm. It was cathartic, and wish you were there in some capacity. I think with this axe and this memento of mine, I think
Well, it's kind of come
full circle.
I feel yeah that it's come around that now I have something of Father that he imbued a bit of his life into.
Mhm.
I feel it. As she hefts the axe.
Now we just need to find a good keepsake of Mother. I'm sure there's something somewhere.
Well, I've just been told that I have her looks.
I mean, you do.
So,
I got more of
I-
Dad's side
I-
of the looks.
it happens. But I'm
I'm
glad. I'm kind of amazed that I look like Mother to a degree. I mean, sometimes I feel out of place here because I'm one of the only giants here in Sunstone. There's only, I think, 2 other giants besides yourself
Really?
and me. And I just, I feel alone sometimes, but it's all right. I know that there's other pieces. There's a Galapa in the ranks of the trainees, and he's the only Galapa here in Sunstone. And his people, his family, were very close knit. Very.
What was his family name?
Hmm?
Or I'm thinking of something else. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was a Galapa, yes. But if he was a resident of Sunstone, she doesn't know about him. The sacrifice that you found in the desert. Yeah.
Okay. I was just asking if she knew the name.
Just in case.
Yeah, I know that they were a trading company, I believe.
Yeah.
Connected, yes.
Yeah. She knows the trainee's name, but it's not related to that guy.
Okay. In any case, she'll finish up the conversation with her, and maybe 2 or 3 more hugs. But I think we should be good on that front.